I'm back. Okay, listen. I was living my life, minding my own business, when these guys dressed in purple and they had um, like gold fringe around their purple dashikis, right? And this was at the Juneteenth celebration in my city, right? So these guys passed me some stuff and I want to uh, share it with you, okay? It says, this is what they were handing out. This is like a brochure. You know who that reminds me of. And then this. Okay. Now we were there for Juneteenth. We weren't there for anything else, right? So, but this is what it says. It says, I don't know if this comes out of the Pan-African thing. Anyway, let me just hold on. Okay, this is, I don't see them with the website or anything like that. Oh, okay. Oh my God. IsraelUnite.org. That's what the website is. They have a radio and they have a school, looks like. Did y'all know? Because I sure didn't. So let me go to the website right quick. Okay. Ignore.
Shalom. I'm Bishop Nathaniel of Israel United in Christ, and today I'd like to present a sit-down discussion with the Jewish community. There's a lot of controversy, there's much hatred that you have towards us. We're the prophets of the one true God. So what we'd like to do is sit down with several of your leading Jewish personalities. The rest of you just stand by. Sit back, move out the way. We want to sit down with Yitzhak Yosef, who called black people monkeys. He's number one. לא הכל קושי מובכים, אלא צריך שיהיה קושי שאבא שלו ואמא שלו לבנים, ואיפה אתה תדע. אם אתה יודע, תקופה שאתה יודע, ואז יצא להם בן קוף, יצא להם בן ככה. Number two, we like to sit down with Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League. You have so much to say on the Breakfast Club and alluding that we have shot and murdered people in New Jersey. We want to sit down and discuss with you to produce your cause.
And look, they're entitled to their beliefs until that justifies shooting Jewish people with pelicans on Staten Island. Or like, this is December. 3 years ago, December 2019, 2 black Hebrew Israelites went into a kosher supermarket in Jersey City and killed 3 people because they said they weren't real Jews. Shot them cold dead in a kosher supermarket.
Prove what those lies you have said. We want to sit down with the SPLC, Margaret Wang, and Beeson. You also pushed the lie that we have murdered people in New Jersey, so forth and so on. We want to sit down with APOC, Howard Core, and Lillian Pincus. Also, that latest group, the Canary Mission. We want to sit down with Adam Milstein and...
So my question is, why would you want to sit down with these people? That's number one. Number two, does this give me that Muslim type of vibe? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The only difference is when Farrakhan speaks, he really uses pronunciation. He uses pronunciation very prolifically. But what I want to share with you during this live is what these guys, and I'm going to tell you something, I did not react appropriately with these people because, number one, they try to cater their rhetoric to what they think you want to hear, right? And the things that he said to me were so offensive. I called him something. I called him a Judas. I called him a traitor. He was running to get away from me, boy. I let him have it with both barrels. And he did not expect that. Okay. So here is the leader of their organization requesting to sit down with their opposition. Who does that? That's already suspect. That's already suspect. Let us break bread together and discuss this. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? You have to be. Let's see what this fool is saying. And when I say fool, I mean their paperwork, okay? And y'all, this is basic. It's not in color. It's in black and white. When you go to the website, it immediately says, give us permission to sending you push notification messages so you can stay connected on what's going on in the body. By proceeding in this form, you will receive our marketing notifications and agree to our privacy policy and terms of use. But they don't tell you what that is, yo. So I hit ignore, and the website is in this purple and gold, which is, what is it? Omega, the Omegas, the Q Dogs colors. And it has about IUIC, Israel United in Christ. Learn the truth, high holy days, ungodly holidays, family, exposing Israeli history, celebrity, confessions, ministries, events, music, shop, the Hebrew Journal, IUIC News, and last, for women. Oh, Lord Jesus. I don't know if I even want to go over this anymore after seeing what's on their website. Watch live, and then on here they've got the Old Testament scripture, Leviticus 5:1. They are on social media. I would say some things, y'all, but I'm not gonna say it. Because you know why? Every tub's got to sit on its own bottom. I can't make your choices for you. You have to make your own choices. Part of the way that you make choices is through information and then following your heart. And if you believe, I just feel like they're trying to set up some type of a cult, some kind of power structure. Why would they want to meet up with these other people? I think it's to make deals where they can get money from these other Jews. That's what I think, right? This says, yeah, find a school near you. Let me see if I can find a school near me. I'm just curious. And then I want to see about the celebrity confessions. Let's go to their about what their beliefs is. Oh, child, it's just you gotta be careful in this world, honey, and don't make decisions based on emotions. Right? We believe. Brace yourself. We believe Black, Hispanic, and Native Americans are the true descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and are in fact the real Jews, also known as the Israelites and the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the Bible. Our belief system is not founded upon the philosophies of men, our thoughts, nor our feelings, but instead the sacred scriptural writings of the Holy Bible. And then they quote a scripture out of 2 Timothy, but it's not the whole chapter. It's just, a couple of verses, okay? They're having a men's conference, they say, in Chicago. Okay. Then they pull another verse out of Amos. Then they pull another verse out of Colossians. It's what cults do. I hate to say it, but this is what cults do. They don't want you to have the context. They don't want you to have the full picture. They just want to pull out certain verses that they can put over their own situation, right? I'm playing with the lights, y'all. Okay, so what did it say? Y'all should see this picture. Oh, Lord Jesus, it's so corny. It's so corny, y'all. I'm going to do a visual search. Okay. I guess it's for who it's meant to be for. Listen, even though we may not want to deal with it, some people are here to be destroyed, okay? That's all there is to it. They are here to be destroyed, okay? These guys are saying that they are a faith-based organization. Looks like a power grab to me. And they look like if you saw my earlier live, that's why I want my own private island. I just can't be caught up in this fool-la-la. I can't. I won't. I refuse. I rebuke all cults, false teachings, and insanity of humanity in the name of Jesus. Okay. I just refuse. I just refuse to get caught up in it. Oh Lord, they really want to be somebody. Bless their heart, honey. And you just don't know that. Look at them. It's just sad. Just lost. Hold on, hold on. I just ask the Lord to protect us from evil, because it comes in many forms, honey. Evil comes in many forms, and it's all around the flesh. It's all around the flesh, honey. Most of the people who are supposed to lead and who's supposed to do, honey, they running away from that. That's their calling. They ain't trying to do this. They ain't trying to do this. And we have many examples of that. There's a gentleman who I was reading his biography the other day, right? And hold on. There's a center that's been named after him. He's passed away. Okay. Okay. I know where it's located. Hold on one second. It is, I don't know if I did this already or not, but Nation Building News. Institutional Anti-Racism and Accountability Updates. Okay, so let's go here. I want to find out about the namesake, yeah? The namesake of this center. Let's see. Okay. This is, okay, so they're talking about the director. I need to know about the namesake. Let me see what we got here. I'm just being nosy now. What is going on? Mm-hmm. Okay. You just gotta let God's will be done, whatever it's gonna be. Don't even worry about it. Right? That's right. Honor Society. Mm-mm. I imagine everybody is really going crazy about the Supreme Court, but Ain't no point in being reactive, honey. You should have had a strategy anyway. I've been telling people for years and listen to me, so it is what it is, honey. I can't deal with it. Oh, John Baptiste is back. Oh, he's back. He's collaborating with Coca-Cola. Okay, good for him. Good for him. Let me see. I don't like it when they got the image just jumping around like that. I don't like it. Y'all want to listen to Be Who You Are? Child, I get so tired of propaganda. I do. King Ranch. What is King Ranch doing? I imagine February is their month during livestock show and rodeo. Oh, King Ranch blog. Okay. Bamboo tees. Lord, they just ain't nobody trying to wear no bamboo. Bamboo is not soft. Crazy. Linen and cotton. Y'all don't be buying no bamboo. They done put so many chemicals on there. I guarantee it's carcinogens on there. Forget that. These people, they don't care. They just trying to make money. Let's see what John is saying. A wild bird. Oh, okay, John, hold on. A wild bird. I saw the fear in her eyes. She told me that I love you. I need you, but I'm afraid. Afraid of losing myself in an emotion where I won't be able to escape. A wild bird can't be captured completely. A wild bird may forget the freedom it once had. But in dreams, the wild bird will fly free and have no walls to lock them in. I heard her crying at night. She was swimming in a sweet love and dreaming of flying away from me. Twisting up her dreams and heart, a wild bird will slowly die one day. The wildness in the eyes of the wild bird will be gone. She will quit talking of life and great dreams. Her laughter will fade away, and her spirit of life will be lost in the gentle breezes. I try to motivate my love. I took her to the sea, the mountains, and we took long road trips. I saw her blue eyes become sadder. I used to see the blue sky in her eyes. Now I saw sadness and tears. I will set my wild bird free. I will tell her to fly away to her hope and dreams. I will tell her, I will wait for you. Some things can't be held down. Some dreams are so powerful, they can kill your energy and joy of life. I couldn't kill my beautiful lady. I could not cage her in a love with walls and barriers. I released her on a sunny day. I took her to the airport and I broke my own heart. I found a sort of peace for setting a spirit free to wander this great world. I knew when you set a wild bird free, they would not return. John. Aww. That's love, baby. That is love. Oh, man. I hate this, y'all. Hold on. I gotta do it this way because I want to be able to give John some feedback on his poetry. Johnny. I need to finish my own poem, no matter. Kidden, that's you? Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's try. Let me find something. Okay, let me do this here. Can't hold me down. Oh. Oh, I remember that. I hated that. Okay, so let's go. Oh, what else? I like Carly. Boom. You walked into the party like you were walking into a yacht. Your hands strategically dipped the long one. Your scarf was Africa. Subscribe to Carly's channel. You watched yourself go apart, and all the world's you made me your partner, baby, your partner. You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain. That's Carly. Go and check out this song. I'm gonna put it on my post. Hold on 1 second. I gotta do this and then go over to John. I was posting my own thing and then paste. And I'm gonna put here, remember, everything is not about you. And and then vanity is my favorite sin. Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate, remember? Let's get it.
Definitely my favorite sin.
All right, so let me see what the other clip was. I like that one, but
That day on the subway, what did I say to you? What were my words to you? Maybe it was your time to lose. You didn't think so. Lose? I don't lose! I win! I win! I'm a lawyer! That's my job! That's what I do!
wow.
Rest my case.
I rest my case. Mm-mm.
Vanity is definitely my favorite sin. Kevin, it's so basic. Self-love, the all-natural opiate.
Yes, honey, y'all remember that? I can't even spell opiate. Opioid. Okay. Ooh. All right. And let's go with who the works of the flesh. The works of the flesh are Okay, what did he know about it? I don't. What does it mean to live in the flesh? The works of the flesh are adultery, fornication. Ooh, it's a lot of them. Vanity is one, my darling. The works of the flesh. I think this might be, let me see. I don't want no preaching.
Already to the church at Galatians. Galatians chapter 5. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envy, murder.
Okay. Tree of life, gospel, the works of the flesh, ancient, oh Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is just put the actual scripture. And that is Galatians 5. So let's go there. Galatians 5. Okay, and this is from the Bible Gateway. It says, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free." Yes! Freedom. Oh, freedom. You are welcome here. Freedom. Oh, freedom. You are welcome here. Hallelujah. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Amen. I rebuke slavery in all of its forms in the name of Jesus. Okay? Mark my words. I, Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. Again, I declare to every man who lets himself be circumcised that he is obligated to obey the whole law. You who are trying to be justified by the law have been alienated from Christ. You have fallen away from grace. For through the Spirit we eagerly await by faith the righteousness of which we hope. For in Christ Jesus neither circumcision nor uncircumcision has any value. The only thing that counts is faith expressing itself through love. You are running a good race. Who cut in? You are running a good race. Who cut in on you to keep you from obeying the truth? That kind of persuasion does not come from the one who calls you. A little yeast works through the whole batch of dough. I am confident in the Lord that you will take no other view. The one who is throwing you into confusion, whoever that may be, will have to pay the penalty. Hallelujah. Let them pay right now in the name of Jesus. All authors of confusion, let them pay right now in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Let them pay the penalty. Brothers and sisters, if I am still preaching circumcision, why am I still being persecuted? In that case, the offense of the cross has been abolished. As for those agitators, I wish they would go the whole way and emasculate themselves. Ooh, yes, he said that. You, my brothers and sisters, were called to be free, but do not use your freedom to indulge the flesh. Rather, serve one another humbly in love. For the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command, love your neighbor as yourself. If you bite and devour each other, watch out, or you will be destroyed by each other. So I say, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the desires of the flesh. For the flesh desires what is contrary to the Spirit, and the Spirit what is contrary to the flesh. They are in conflict with each other, so that you are not to do whatever you want. But if you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. The acts of the flesh are obvious: sexual immorality, impurity, and debauchery, idolatry and witchcraft, hatred, discord. Oh my God. I gotta slow down for this. Hold on. The acts of the flesh are obvious: sexual immorality, impurity, and debauchery, idolatry and witchcraft, hatred, discord, jealousy, fits of rage, selfish ambition, dissensions or divisions, factions, cults, cliques, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and the like. So that's not the whole list, but things that are similar to this, okay? I warn you, as I did before, that those who live like this will not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, love, exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you. That's from the Love Boat. All right. Love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. Since they live by the Spirit, let us keep in step with the Spirit. Let us not become conceited, provoking, and envying each other. Amen. So we will put that on my blog. Okay. And I want to do, who do I want to? I want to spotlight Who should I put right here, y'all? I'm thinking Christina Aguilera, right? It's hurt, right? That's why it's important to just forgive and move on, because hurt is baby, it's a mess. Christina Aguilera. It's good. Hold on. I'm gonna get here. I just couldn't do, and I put myself. That is so amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna put that one on. Okay. Life is a mentee. Life is a quagmire without faith and love for the Almighty God. You just can't. There's so many things that's going to come your way in this life. And if you don't have faith in the Almighty God, you going to be lost in the sauce. If you put your faith in anything other than the Almighty God, can't nobody help you. You just out there. These people are going to come across your path. Okay? Everybody got some kind of counsel, some kind of, even for them saying that this is what Jesus was like. How you know he didn't have dreadlocks? How you know? I mean, we all know that Jesus looked like the ancient Egyptians. He was a Nubian man. We understand that. There's so many other things about Jesus that if you only knew, it would set you free. This blog post that I put up today is called No Matter. Okay. And you don't even know that most of the things that have happened to you that Jesus went through. Think about your life. Think about your childhood, being hungry, being bullied, being molested, being raped, being manipulated, being used. Do you understand that he is Messiah because he went through all of these things, plus things you can't even imagine? He would have to. He would have to, because his death is for the remission of our sins. So even stuff that you have no concept of is what he went through. Everything you went through and everything everybody else has went through. And he knew what he was about to have to suffer Because after he was baptized and the Holy Spirit came down on him like a dove, that's when he went into fasting for 40 days and 40 nights at the mountaintop, and then Satan came to him. Now, people say, be strong and stay prayed up. But Lucifer comes when you're at your weakest, not when you're at your strongest. When you're at your weakest, where's your faith? On a day when you are remembering that these people didn't want to set your ancestors free, honey. They feel no way about robbing, stealing, raping, lynching, burning them. They didn't care. Okay? And then have some black men dressed in purple come up to you and hand you this mess. This is the last thing that you want to see when you're thinking about what your kin folks went through. It's a solemn day. It's not a day for this rhetoric. It's not a day to be used to push your cause. That's not what it's about. It's very disrespectful. And that's what they were doing. So they had some choice words from me. Okay. It's there's a word for it. What's it called? They were taking advantage of a situation. They were assuming that I think about this holiday the same as what they do on a topical level, as an opportunity to increase their membership rolls, as an opportunity to sell t-shirts and get donations, you know. Anyway, that's the information. I still haven't responded back to John yet. So I'm going to do that. Let me just go and pull it up. I don't even think I did my own. I don't even think I did my own. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I published mine yet, but hold on. I'm going to do that now. I'm sorry for blaming you for all the things I just couldn't do. And I've hurt myself by hurting you. That's Hurt by Christina Aguilera. Okay. And subscribe to my YouTube. I only need 3 more subscribers to meet my goal for the month of June. So subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment below. Okay, hold on 1 second. I want to put my channel up here on my blog. Hold on. I'm sorry for blaming you for everything I just couldn't do. And I've hurt myself by hurting you. That's why you don't do that, honey. Don't do that. All right. I need 3 more subscribers to reach my goal of 500 for the month of June. So please help me by subscribing here now. Control V. All right, and enter. Oh shoot. Okay, boom. Okay, and thank you to my new and vintage subscribers for your support, help, comments, and shares. Okay. I'm going to relax for the rest of the day. Ce soir. All right. Poetry, Black Lady, Love, Truth, and for SEO purposes, Clean, Love. Okay, and I got Al Pacino, The Devil's Advocate, Keanu Reeves, Christina Aguilera. Okay, and all right, Carly, Simon, Vanity, Vain, Fruits of the flesh. Galatians 5. All right. Hurt. That's by Christina. Devil's Advocate. Al Pacino, Keanu Reeves, Carly Simon. Did I mention everybody? And I've heard myself. God. That's a word that is in here quite a bit, as well as great. That word is in here quite a bit. Time. Let's check it. Sometimes I like to double check it. Okay, let's do some editing, shall we? And I've heard myself by hurting you. I don't need Bing anymore. I don't need this. I'm gonna get to you, John. I promise. Okay. Let's just get out of there. Because it's gonna. And boom. Lord Jesus, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna X that out. X. No, don't. Okay, and I'm gonna go into new. Okay, I'm gonna paste my stuff, and then I want to review it. Okay, so let's do the review. Editor. Spelling is good. Grammar. We're at 100 words. Clarity is good. Conciseness is good. Formality. I do tend to be formal, huh? If you choose booze and drugs as your fate. Okay. Okay, so formality, check for similarity to online sources. Boom, let's check that. It shouldn't be because this is originally from me. Checking for similarity. I hear my coffee maker. I just have a little bit of coffee left. So it's checking for similarities. I'm gonna get more coffee. Sorry, hey. So we're checking, still checking. I was just thinking about cowards. That word came to me. There's a lot of them in this world, honey. I think they're on the Supreme Court too. So let's define cowards. Coward, a person who lacks the courage to do or endure dangerous or unpleasant things. Let's do the definition of being fearful. Feeling afraid, showing fear or anxiety. Bond traders have remained fearful of inflation. So let me ask this question. Are those who suffer from anxiety disorder just plain cowards?
No.
Question
I
mark.
don't understand how you can just have that much self-control. What do you mean?
Hold on. Okay. I don't care what core of people have to say. WebMD. This is Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. I think what they're trying to say is that there's some kind of chemical that they're trying to say that there's some kind of chemical that is malfunctioning in your brain that makes you feel that there's that triggers the flight or fight response, and that's where anxiety comes from, like PTSD. But in my mind, now hear me out. What is it? Because you're feeling things in the spirit, right? That's what's happening. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Let's see what this is.
Whenever I can finally eat some cottage cheese, it makes me feel a lot better and I get a little more energy.
All right. Seeing Amber eat this cottage cheese is not something that I support, but I can't really make her eat this other stuff because she's got it in her head that she wants to look really good.
My mom partially supports my crash dieting because it works. And then she...
Okay, so whatever. Let me see if it's finished checking. Yes! 0% of your text is similar to online sources. Yay! I love that. Okay, let's see. All right. And Insight, document stats. We are calculating the stats for you. Okay. So there is nobody with this content on the internet. Okay, my stats are I got 59 words, 245 characters, 11 paragraphs, 1 sentence. It's a poem, boo-boo. Reading ease, 77.9. Flesh Kincaid grade level is 2.8. Passive sentences, 0. That's good. You want to keep your writing below a 5th grade level. So that's perfect. Okay. So those are my stats. All right. And so it is good to go, just as it is. Let me just do another check. Oh, shoot. It didn't copy everything. God dang it. I thought I had everything. I should have checked to see, but that's okay. Here we go. Let's do it this way. That's the problem. Okay, so I thought I did the whole thing, but I didn't. So let's do it again. So I got everything, I think. And then let's go here. I'm gonna do Control A. Okay, now 323 words. That's more like it. I normally shoot for 400. So we got formality 9. Okay, so I'm going to ignore all of these because this is poetry. I'm going to get rid of that. Conciseness, formality, inclusiveness, punctuation, resume. Oh, resume. Okay. Sensitive geopolitical references, vocabulary, check. Recheck similarities. So let's go there. So we're going to recheck similarities. Okay. This is from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Occasional anxiety is an expected part of life. You might feel anxious when faced with a problem at work, before taking a test, or before making an important decision, but anxiety disorders involve more than temporary worry or fear. For a person with an anxiety disorder, the anxiety does not go away and can get worse over time. That's because them elementals be messing with you. That's why. I don't know if this is going to work because I don't think I can remember if I have this. Oh, okay. I don't think I need it. All right. Okay. So while it's checking for similarities, okay. I think, like with PTSD, you cannot be in a high stress environment and see dead bodies, people dying, even people that you know, and it just don't affect you, where you're not in tune with other realities than what other people see. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you what I mean. I was watching TikTok, and this guy who's a truck driver, he saw this older white man coming over to his truck, and he was just sitting there parked on the side of the road, and he was like, uh-oh, here we go. This is somebody who's going to call the police or say I can't park here or whatever. That's what he expected. But the guy came over there and asked him if he could suck his peen. Old white man to a truck driver who was a younger black man. And he was just like, stuff be going on in this world, y'all. Stuff be going on in this world. And like I said, if you don't have faith in God, you don't have a relationship with Almighty God, you're in trouble. Because there's some stuff out here for you. There's some stuff out here for you, honey. So this says, I don't know if y'all heard that, but for the last few days, like Thursday, yesterday, the young people over here have been tripping. I don't know what it's about, but a lot of hollering. It's a lot, I'm telling you. I don't know what it is. I just rebuke it in the name of Jesus. That's what I do. Okay? So this is generalized anxiety disorder. Generalized anxiety disorder usually involves a constant feeling of anxiety or fear, more than just worrying about occasional stressful events most of us experience in our lives. Generalized anxiety disorder is an ongoing experience of frequent anxiety that may last for months or even years. What causes it? It comes from a complex interaction between biology and environment. Some factors may include genetics, brain function, and chemistry. Seeing death and blood and gore and insides of a human being, and especially those that you know or may care about, changes your brain. It changes your brain. Signs and symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder: a sense of restlessness, being on edge or wound up, difficulty concentrating, irritability, being easily fatigued, headaches, muscle aches, stomach aches, or unexplained pains, trouble sleeping, difficulty controlling feelings of worry, sweating, nausea, or diarrhea. See, you wouldn't think that it would have physical things that go with it, but it does, because of smells, because of how your body is being affected. There is a physical manifestation of what you are experiencing in the spirit. People don't tell you about that. Panic disorder. That's another one. Boop, out of the blue. Nothing physical appears to cause it. It's just 1 second, the person is calm, cool, and collected in their regular self, and then boom, a switch, and they just freak out. It's very scary when you're an adult and you see it. But when you see it as a child, it's even more weird. Panic disorder involves frequent and unexpected panic attacks, sudden periods of intense discomfort, fear, or sense of losing control, even when there is no clear danger, that typically come without warning. And did I mention it's embarrassing? It's embarrassing because you don't know when it's going to hit you. It can hit you at any time, at any place, and it's so embarrassing. They can occur as frequently as several times a day or as rarely as a few times a year. And again, I really believe that there's a spiritual aspect to this, that when certain spirits are near you, energies, that it freaks you out. It causes these panic attacks. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. It could be and, but, and, or. Okay, all of the above. It could be based on your hormones in your brain. It could be caused by paranormal type of things that your body is sensing that your conscious mind is not aware of because you're doing something else. Your focus is somewhere else, but subconsciously you are aware. And when a threatening energy comes near you, your body reacts and causes a panic attack, right? Baby, ain't nothing. It's physical. The panic attack is not just in your head, not just in your spirit. It causes a physical, it's horrible. I'll just say that. It's horrible. Rapid heart rate or chest pain, shortness of breath, sweating, trembling, and tingling, feelings of doom or imminent danger, feeling out of control, chills or hot flashes, nausea. Normally, after a person has a panic attack, you need to recuperate. You cannot just go, oh, I had a panic attack, and then just go about my life as usual. No. Specific phobias, OCD, a fear of germs, a fear of being hurt, needing things to have order, to be symmetrical, difficulty allowing uncertainty, dreadful thoughts about harming others or losing control, repeatedly washing your hands, always counting items, constantly checking on things, such as making sure the door is locked or stove is turned off, repetitious cleaning. For me, some of these things came with being a parent because I wanted to prevent what happened to me from happening to my kids. But in the final synapses, there was only so much I could do. And that was very hard pill to swallow. But it is what it is, okay? Social anxiety disorder. Where to get help. If you or someone you know is struggling or in a crisis, help is available. Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org to learn how to get support for mental health, drug, or alcohol issues. Visit findsupport.gov. To locate treatment facilities or providers, visit findtreatment.gov or call SAMHSA's national hotline at 800-662-4357. And there's loads of resources. Jesus, look at all the resources. You are not alone. So don't let people like this freak you out. Don't let the Supreme Court and their decisions freak you out. Don't let the submersible imploding freak you out. Don't let all of those migrants, 700, 800 lives lost, freak you out. Okay? If you need help, then text 988 right now or call 988 right now. Tell them that you heard about them on my live and get the support that you need. Talk to somebody. They will probably refer you to, oh, Jesus. I'm going to text them. Okay. Who is this? You have no idea what the messages and stuff that I get. Just stupid, stupid, stupid. Okay, let's go to text 988. Okay. And return. And what do I text? Do I help? Do I text? What do I do? If you or someone you know is struggling or in crisis, help is available. So let's put I am struggling. Send. Let's see what they do. Oh, welcome to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. If you are a veteran, this is good. If you are a veteran or military service member, you may text the Veterans Crisis Line directly at 838-255. We're here to help. If you'd like to accept our terms of service and be connected with a counselor, please reply yes. Yes. I'm actually hungry. I would love to have some ramen right now and throw some hot sauce on it. What was that? We also offer support for LGBTQ plus people under 25. Would you like this support? So I'm going to put no. To help your counselor support you, please share if you have thoughts of suicide. Replied A, B, or C. A for yes within 24 hours, B for yes within 2 months, and C for no. So that's a C. Thank you. On a scale of 1 to 5, how upset are you? I've been weeping a lot today. I didn't sleep so well last night. So should I put I'm okay, moderately upset, or extremely upset? I'm going to say moderately. I would say extremely because extremely would mean because I plan on just Netflix and chilling today. I want to watch Todrick Hall. So I'm trying to control it. So I'm going to say 3, moderately upset. 3. Okay. A counselor will be with you shortly. While you wait, please do this brief survey to help them support you. So hopefully I don't have to sign into that. So click on there. pre-chat survey. So name, zip code, age, gender. Oh my God, what is third gender? Jesus, two-spirit. I'm telling y'all what world we live in. I'm telling y'all this thing is, oh my God. Two-spirit. I'm not sure what my gender identity is. No. Do you identify as a transgender? What is your main concerns? Okay. Okay. See, you heard that? And you wonder, know why I'm just a little bit. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So they're asking me what's happening, and they're asking for my phone number so they can follow up with me. That is fine. I bind the spirit of murder and discord right now in my area in the name of Jesus. Okay, I plead the blood of Jesus over my home and everything that I own in the name of Jesus. Okay, I need my glasses. Hold on. If they think I'm about to get in their business, they wrong. I don't do that. I mind my own business. Honey. Please note that if you are using an iPhone or iPad browser to chat with us, you must remain on the browser chat screen to stay connected. If you navigate away from the chat or access a different application, your connection may be lost. Thank you for understanding. Okay. I don't need to. Okay. I can't tell what that is. Verify, submit. Okay. Now what? Oh, but you are the one who made me navigate from the page. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for your patience. How may I help you today? So she came back to me on the chat and said, Welcome to the Lifeline Chat, and thank you for your patience. My name is Vanessa. How may I help you today? So you list down everything, even though I did put a sign on there. Anxiety and depression due to the SCOTUS affirmative action decision anti. Yesterday. She says I sound discouraged. Nope. She's asking me, am I suicidal? And I said, no, I don't use drugs. And well, I never have. And I'm not drinking alcohol. So that helps. And which is where I think the suicidal thoughts come from when you're high, because again, it alters the brain. She says, it sounds like there are many things that you may need help and guidance with and that are on your mind. If I may ask, have you ever spoken to anyone about what you feel and what you are going through? Yes, I end up counseling them. Maybe I should go back to school for psychology. And or psychiatry. Actually, I want to study oceanography, but I prefer oceanography though. I did not like engineering. I did not like criminal justice. I hated psychology because of all of the case studies. I didn't like the case studies. I did like earth science and oceanography. And earth science. And then my art, poetry. I loved all of my artwork that I did, right? Earth science, oceanography. I really liked oceanography. Although I didn't talk to my fellow students a lot. It was just being on the boat, taking samples of the water and soil samples and documenting different things. We did experiments on the ship. Let's see what else she's saying. Okay, let's see what else she's saying. Earth science was my thing, though. I really loved it. I wonder, should I be a teacher? I would love to be a teacher, but I don't want to do with administrators, the politics and all of that. Let's see. She's thinking about it, y'all. I don't think that, and I'm gonna say something else too. The responses that I'm getting, they're not even spelled correctly, a lot of what she's saying to me. So I think somebody's trying to coach her along. Let's see. I like conservationists, jobs in earth science. you will have no idea how much worms there are in science. Right, kid? It's a lot of worms in science. So this is Danaher. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. I've heard of this company before. Earth Science. Upload. See, she's emotions. She put emotions. So don't get freaked out, you guys. For those of you who are OCD and you chat with these people at 988, their spelling is bad. Okay. Hopefully you'll get somebody that's not Vanessa. Vanessa is spelling Oh, have you considered receiving therapy or counseling? Yes. Yes. I have been in therapy. It has done nothing. Okay, so let's go with this. Copy. Because I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. Paste. There you go. Let me think. Let's go with this one. This person who's on the chat, do not think that you're going to get top tier help. This probably is a customer service person that's making $12.50 an hour to chat. And again, the spelling is atrocious. I think what they are geared to do is get you over to a therapist or a counselor. If you've never been to a therapist or a counselor, they can help you with that. If you have been to a therapist or a counselor like I have, you just answer that and then wait to see what they're going to say. So we'll see what she's going to say. If you're suicidal, then there's something else that will happen. If you're military, then you're going to go to the text chat service that they refer you to. Let's see. I can share that with you now. Okay. It says, if you are a veteran or military, then you're going to text to 838-255. Okay. If you are LGBTQ plus and under 25 years of age, then there's a different service for you. That is bit.ly/LCCT services. Okay. And let's see what she's saying, if she's answered me. I don't think so. Nope. She hasn't. I guess she's stumped. Maybe she needs therapy now. Okay, so email. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that one. Okay. Area of interest. Danaher. Okay. I want to do science, earth science, engineering, environment, health and safety, facilities, production equipment, finance and accounting, human resources, IT, legal. I think I came here for earth sciences, right? So let's do environment, health, and safety, right? This person, Vanessa, hasn't responded to me yet. I think she's looking through resources. Okay, legal. Okay. Environment, health, and safety. Location. Oh, they let you do everything. Okay, that's fine. They won't let me do that. Dang it. They got a Santa Fe in Texas. Jesus Christ, Santa Rosa. They got a Santa Rosa in Texas. Administration. And okay. Okay. That works for me. Cambridge. Chicago. Chicago. And Panama. Okay. All right. And where else? I'm trying to think of all the places I want to check out, right? I want to go shopping over here. I want to go shopping. I got to hit the garment district over there. And they've got leather goods over here that I want. North Dakota. Boom. Yes. Already called them. This is from the Deseret News. Religion news. Can Wicca's two equal deities, once celebrated as revolutionary? I'm trying to tell y'all, you don't want to believe me, but let me go back here and see what happened. Okay. North Dakota, submit. What's it saying? What is it saying? It went up here. Oh, I see what it's doing. I didn't get it before, but here we go. Life sciences, about life sciences, Beckman culture, life sciences. I want to do earth science, environmental and applied solutions, diagnostics, students, legal. Okay. Thank you, boo. Shanghai. Go ahead on, honey. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Well, let's do it, baby. Everything is water, water, water. I love earth science. I ain't lying. Okay, we're going to stop that. Going to go here. Hey, booby. Okay. Let's go here to my I'm gonna pull up my word over here. Y'all, I'm gonna turn off this light because it is getting super hot. I have it at 87 degrees. So I'm gonna turn off the light. Okay. And what am I looking to pull up? Graphic. I'm looking for go down a little bit. Okay, so we'll just have to open. It's not in my recent documents, so. Oh. I'm gonna stop in a little bit, y'all. It's already 12:30. It's 12:30 on a Friday. All right, so let's see what we got here. Okay. Open, open, open. Not the recent ones. Let's see what we got. Oh, Lord have mercy. It may not be on this computer. That's what it might be. Let's go to my OneDrive. Okay. Here's one. You know how some people say, if you play the game, it'll work out for you. Do you know how many people who have played the game and it didn't work out? They played the game to their own detriment. They still, you just can't play with the devil when you're a child of God. You just can't. You can't play the game with the world. It don't work. It don't work. Because they know they own people. Okay? They know they own people. And they know when you are not. Now, they will use you, but they will never accept you. And that's why you have to stay true to what, God has for you. And no matter what you do, if you try to copy them, if you try to do what it don't make them accept you. They ain't gonna never accept you. So you can leave that alone. You could just let that go. Right? Let it go. Let's say, because this tip right here ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry if you are suicidal or whatever. 988. Just forget about it. I mean, you can try it. It ain't gonna hurt to try. Okay, so this is I forgot what I was gonna do. I got go back to the website. Oh, okay. Now I see. Okay. I'm just gonna put. I don't have to put nothing there, so I ain't gonna put nothing there. How about that? I kept my promise. Don't keep your distance. Who called me, child? And child, I ain't hear nothing that they had to say. They ain't leave no voicemail neither. So go to this one. Okay, I got 20 notifications. Let's go here. Oh my God. All right. So that is good. Go down. I don't have to do that. This is, how do I delete this? Oh my God. Excuse me, y'all. What does that do? I don't even know what this does. How do I even get rid of this? I don't even know. Let's go here. Because I don't know what it's doing. Just put some in there. Just put some in there. Just put some in there. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. Just keep going. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This is Pacific Propeller International. Okay. Baby, you have no idea. Sunbeams. Okay, that's sunbeams, but let's do I have 7 books. So it's publisher. Okay. And this is okay. Okay. Mm. Hmm. I'd rather do this. This is more like it. Come on. I gotta get more information, right? Y'all, I'm filling out information. I'm going to put some on in the background. So, okay. I'm going to put some on in the background so y'all won't be so bored. But the problem is, I don't want. Let me see. Oh. See, I'm doing too much. I never posted this. I never followed up with John. Hold on. Jesus, help me. Okay, I put my thing on there. I did that. And I'm going to put this in Latin. MGPE. Infinitely. All right. Then I'm going to go here. I did get this far. Praise Jesus. All right, I got this far. I got that far. Set featured image. Oh. Let's do an excerpt. It said, we never know what you want. Okay, I want to reach my goal of 500 subscribers by the end of today. I just need 3. So I'm gonna put there's an excerpt, paste. Okay. And I think I'm good. Publish. Okay. And and I'm gonna paste and publish. Okay. And let's send this to I have like 248 share and post. Perspective. Your attitude determines your altitude. Life is 10% of what you make it, and 90% of how you take it. Okay? Believe that. Control V. What I need your help with today. The squeaky wheel, SQUEA wheel gets the oil. What do you want today? All right. Help and oil. Hashtag I am squeaking. Oil me, baby. Somebody needs to do a song called that. Okay. Do. bear. Teddy bear, turn around. Teddy bear, touch the ground. Is that a real thing? I can't remember. Teddy bear, shine your shoes. X. And I'm going to say to Bubby. Okay. All right, and post. So that's that one. That one. Let's do Tumblr. Okay. Next. Oh, shoot. Let me see if I can get this. Okay. It's taking so long, Jesus. Videos. Next. Photos. Fine, I don't care. What did it say? Videos, link. There we go. Okay. For Sissy. H-L. I need you. Okay, post. I love the confetti. Confetti I love. What's trending is Friday, June 30th, Indiana Jones. Oh my God. So it's all about Harrison Ford. Indiana Jones, y'all go so crazy. I like the pleats though. That looks good. All right, what we got? Indiana Jones bingo. Oh, look at him when he was young. Lord have mercy. A very good morning to you fine people. Oh, that's nice. I'll reblog that. All right. Okay. So I'm going to get out of there. Pinterest. Save. Send it. Pop, pop. What's it doing? What's it doing? What's it doing, Mom? What's it doing? All right. Any day now. All right, I'm gonna put that over there. We'll go here. Go there. X. So let's just go with copy link. And then we're gonna go here because I don't need the drama. I don't need it. Oh. Any day now. Oh my God. Let's go here. And paste. Boom. Okay. And I think that's all we got. I'm going to do on my channel, community page. Boom. Control V. Post. All right, and what's going on over here? I'm gonna put some on for y'all, okay? Ba-ba. Student borrowers speak out after Supreme Court strikes down student loan relief. What y'all gonna do? Y'all ain't been voting, you ain't registered.
It is just and it is right, and President Biden must cancel student loan debt again, and he must ensure that there is no return to repayment until cancellation is delivered. Sasha, do you want to? Yes, student debt cancellation will happen. We're going to say we will be debt free, as Wisdom Call at NAACP always says, student debt free in 2023. I do have faith that President Biden will come to his promise of the 40 million borrowers that student debt cancellation will happen, especially with repayment starting back in October. Repayment should not happen until student debt cancellation happens, and we want to make that very clear today. It is sad to see that the Supreme Court ruled as it did today, especially coming off the brink of yesterday. But I do believe that we will continue to fight, and we will win before the end of this year. What do you think will get the president to try something else here after the court's decision today? The voices of the borrowers today. We will make it very clear to President Biden that this needs to happen, and we will continue having conversations with his administration about the ways to move forward. And the president, he always says he keeps his promises, and he made a promise. He made a clear promise, and we expect him to keep his promise. There are other methods to cancel student loan debt, and in America, we don't let the cruel people win forever.
Honestly, I want to eventually buy a house. I want to eventually buy a house and be able to play my friends.
Millions tonight under air quality alerts. If you want to know the effects of climate change, you're going to feel it tomorrow in real time. Smoke from the Canadian wildfires is blanketing major cities, reaching as far south as Alabama. It's adding to travel nightmares with thousands of flight delays and cancellations, and even a plane touching down without its nose gear. Plus,
I did the 10,000 calorie challenge wrong, so then like redo it, and then I did it right, and then I'm gonna do the 20,000 calorie challenge, do the 100 nugget challenge.
Oh, my stomach.
And you just feel so much pressure because you just want to keep one upping yourself.
eating their way to internet stardom, influencers talk about the price they've paid physically and mentally in the pursuit of viral fame. And
as an artist who puts herself out there, some people who say, I don't want to hear that from my musician.
So then it's not for you then.
Wow.
You don't need to subscribe.
Christina Aguilera at Stonewall, the honor she's receiving for her support of the LGBTQ plus community.
That's nice.
Activists remember the history of pride. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We're following those stories and much more, including the first images of what's left of that Titan sub as the Coast Guard releases new details about presumed human remains found in the wreckage. Plus, a heart-stopping new body camera video shows the moment a deadly mall shooting started and what happened next. And Madonna's health scare, the latest after a serious bacterial infection put her in the ICU. Correspondents are fanned out across the country covering those stories and much more for us tonight. But we begin with the air quality emergency ahead of the holiday weekend. 100 million people on alert for smoke from those wildfires raging in Canada and dangerous heat in 15 states. This comes as the airports are still clogged from the days of delays and bracing for the travel crush for the 4th. Detroit, Michigan had the worst air in the world today. President Biden's helicopter landed in haze in Chicago, but runners still took to the track in St. Louis despite all the smoke. Where's all this haze headed next, and will it clear ahead of the fast approaching holiday weekend? Meteorologist Lee Goldberg is standing by. But first, Alex Perez reports from Chicago.
Tonight, millions of people in major cities being told to stay indoors as smoke from those persistent wildfires burning in Canada overtakes much of the country.
So this is Detroit, Michigan. And you typically see downtown from here, but it's just a cloud of smoke over the entire city.
The smoke is spreading south and east to major cities like Detroit, Indianapolis, and Chicago, reporting some of the worst readings in the country and the world. Here's what it looked like on EarthCam in Pittsburgh yesterday and now this morning. After New York City saw stunning images like these amid its worst air quality ever earlier this month. Authorities now issuing air quality advisories once again for the state and the city. With nearly 500 fires in Canada expected to burn all summer, New York's governor making the connection to climate change.
We are truly the first generation to feel the real effects of climate change, and we're also the last generation to do anything meaningful about it. Alex Perez joins us now, and Alex, we can see that haze behind you. What are experts telling people to do to stay safe from all that smoke?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's pretty simple. They're saying you should try to limit your time outdoors, and for those with health conditions, they're saying you should consider wearing a mask if you have to be outside. And you mentioned that haze behind me. Well, that's supposed to be the Chicago skyline, which usually is visible, but you can see the smoke has swallowed it all up, Lindsay.
No, it hasn't. Oh, these people are so dramatic.
Let's get right to
What liars. What liars.
Tracking it all for us once again tonight. Hey, Lee.
What, Mo?
All right, Lindsay, for the first time,
What's the matter?
It's forecasting beautiful sunny skies the next couple of days and dry here in the tri-state area of New York City. But it's the poor air quality that looms. It's coming
What's
from the
the matter
Midwest,
with it?
and that's where you have some of the worst air quality in the world, places like
I don't
Chicago,
know what's wrong with her,
and
y'all.
parts of Minneapolis, Detroit, and that's
Come
heading
here.
up to the south and east, down through the Tennessee Valley, even in parts of Georgia, southwest of D.C. Now, here's the good news.
Oh, you hungry?
Right now, and over the next few hours, what we'll see is that smoke
You hungry?
also clearing out too. So the air quality will be compromised.
You say you ain't put no food in my bowl.
And it looks like the big
Oh
cities
my
like New York
God.
City up to Boston will avoid that. Most of the poor air quality will be in the
I don't
interior.
eat, so I don't be
Continue to
thinking
see
you need
improvement
to
over
eat,
the
huh?
weekend. By the way, some of the storms are coming
Bump
into Chicago.
that.
That will help the air quality.
Bump
That's on the
that.
edge of this heat dome. Big
Feed me.
area, high pressure, sinking air, extreme heat has just been expanding.
It's not like she's starving. She do have
It's
some
down to
food.
Florida, and you've got temperatures that are well over 100 and feeling like about 110 to 115. I mean, Texas has been going through this for weeks already, and it continues to expand. When we're looking for relief, you're going to have to wait till the weekend or even early next week. And we're not talking about cool or refreshing. It's just back to normal temperatures. Lizzie?
Well, we look forward to that relief nonetheless. Lee Goldberg, our thanks to you. Tonight, we are getting grim word from the Coast Guard. The crews have found presumed human remains from that doomed Titan submersible. This comes as we're seeing the remarkable first images of pieces of debris from the Titan, including what appears to be the sub's viewing portal covered in a tarp. Nearly a week after the wreckage was found, the investigation is now in full swing. Stephanie Ramos reports.
Tonight, as the first debris from the Titan sub is lifted to shore, the Coast Guard announcing that investigators have found presumed human remains that have been carefully recovered within the wreckage at the site of the incident. It comes as cranes hoisted large pieces of the Titan wreckage with cables and wires, what appears to be a panel from the exterior of the submersible, along with one of the sub's end caps.
It's going to take months anyway to go through all these bits and pieces and thoroughly analyze all of the failures, looking at how the hatch separated, where did the first leak happen, and at these kind of pressures, when things go bad, everything's over very, very quickly.
The investigation is expected to focus in part on that carbon composite construction. Industry experts and a former employee have warned OceanGate that that material at extreme depths could weaken with each dive.
Was it part of the composite shell? And taking a look at all these different pieces to see, is there fatigue crack? Is it a purely overload failure? What happened?
So many questions still. Stephanie Ramos joins us now. Stephanie, what more do we know about this grim finding from the Coast Guard about presumed human remains?
Well, Well, Lindsay, we know that the Coast Guard says that there is a medical team that will conduct a formal analysis of those presumed human remains. And also, a source familiar with the investigation says that authorities are in constant contact with the families of the crew that was on board. Lindsay.
All right, Stephanie Ramos for us. Thanks so much. An emergency landing at one of the busiest airports in the country when a passenger plane landed without its front landing gear. Passengers on board broke out into applause after the plane managed to touch down safely. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the impact is still being felt tonight at Charlotte's airport. Gio Benitez reports.
Tonight, tense moments inside that Delta flight from Atlanta to Charlotte with 96 passengers. An emergency on board after the front landing gear failed to deploy. Passengers told to brace for impact. The pilots carefully touching down. Seconds later, a loud bang as the plane's nose hits the ground. That Boeing 717 screeching to a halt. Passengers erupting in applause. Edward Cates filming on his phone from the front row.
You started to smell smoke and see a little bit of smoke in the front cabin. And then within seconds of seeing and smelling the smoke, we were all kind of applauding the landing.
Crew members calmly getting people off the plane.
Come this way, leave everything, jump this slide.
Jumping down the emergency slide.
It's about the scariest damn 30 minutes of my life.
Sean Osmond was sitting in the emergency exit row, fearing the worst.
I shot a
text message out to my mom and my
some-
dad, told them I loved them and to keep calm in case anything happened.
See that?
Amazingly,
Carrots
no
and
one
peas and
Federal
everything.
authorities now investigating why the landing gear malfunctioned.
They made a flyby by the tower, so the tower could actually look at the nose and see what the problem would be. The gear doors were open, and it was the wheel itself that was jammed up into that wheel well. They would have to land and slowly let the nose come down onto the runway.
That runway shut down, delaying hundreds of flights.
Gio Benitez joins us now.
There you
And
go.
Gio, we understand that the passengers are praising the pilots and that crew for a smooth landing. We can certainly understand why.
Yeah, absolutely, Lindsay. These pilots did everything
She
possible.
tickles
They
me.
did it right. They first got an alert in the cockpit about that landing gear, and then again, they flew by the tower so that the ground crews could take a closer look at it and tell them what to do and what they need to do. That was critical advice that they needed from the ground crews, and now those passengers, they are not disappointed. Again, no injuries. It's simply incredible. Lindsay?
Really remarkable. All right, Gio Benitez, our thanks to you as always. A lot of news for air travelers today. So we're turning now to ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney to help us sort it all out. First, thank you so much for joining us. We just heard from Gio Benitez about the Delta flight that landed without its landing gear. For many people, hearing about mishaps involving air travel, it just brings up some of the worst fears. So what do we need to know about just how common these are and the safety of our air travel overall?
Well, the good news is in that Delta situation, all of those passengers were able to get off that plane with no injuries. And that's really the same story across the board here in the aviation industry. At no point in the history of aviation has it been safer than it is today. There have been 2 fatalities on U.S. airliners since 2009. You have to think of how many millions of people, how many millions of flights there have been since that time period.
Good to keep that all in perspective. There are thousands of flight delays and cancellations due to weather. For those who are affected, what can they do and when can they expect to get their money back?
This is a tough one. When it comes to weather, there have been more than 7,000 cancellations since Saturday alone. You are not entitled to all of the compensation that you would get if it were the airline's fault. So the airline is not going to give you a hotel, they're not going to give you a rental car or a meal voucher. However, if you choose not to fly, in most cases, you are entitled to a refund if the airline does cancel your flight because of weather. The DOT has a dashboard that you can go to and you can choose the airline that you are on and they will tell you everything that you are entitled to during one of these irregular operations.
And give us some insight here. When we hear those dreaded delay and cancellation announcements at the airport, what's the decision-making process going on behind the scenes there?
There's so much going on behind the scenes and how they pick and choose which flights will be canceled. Often people will say, I'm standing at
The president is coming to talk to us this afternoon, okay?
and there's no weather in between. Why is my flight canceled? Well, perhaps that plane may be coming from a place where there was weather, or the crew may be out of place. In situations like this, when you have thousands of cancellations, planes and crews are all over the place. They're also going to look where there's the least amount of impact. So for example, if there are 14 flights a day on United from Chicago to New York, it's much easier to cancel one flight and reaccommodate passengers on a flight that's leaving in an hour than it would be if they canceled the flight to Aruba that only leaves once a day. So they take all this into account and then they make the best decision and choose which flight they need to cancel. The FAA, though, will come in and say, we only have space for a certain number of planes at this particular airport. So if on a sunny day, we can normally accommodate 70 planes an hour, or when it's cloudy, rainy, or thunderstorms, and we can only handle 35, well, then the airline has decisions to make.
Really helpful insight there. Thank you so much, Sam Sweeney. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A Texas grand jury has cleared a police officer in the death of a mass shooter at a mall back in May. 8 people were killed. Now we're seeing the officer's body camera video for the first time, and we do want to warn some may find it disturbing. ABC's Maria Villarreal has more.
Make sure you wear your seatbelts when mommy's driving, okay? You understand?
Tonight, newly released body cam footage capturing the terrifying moment an officer responded to deadly gunfire as it tore through an outdoor mall north of Dallas. You hear the first rapid burst of gunshots. His mother quickly pulling her children to safety.
145, I think we got shots fired at the outlet.
The officer, the first to respond to the shooting, grabbing his rifle from the back of his patrol car and sprinting toward the mall on May 6th. Customers hiding inside stores, making it eerily quiet. The only sound, gunshots and the officer's breath as he moves in. The officer returning fire. Shell casings falling to the ground.
I'm not hearing any gunshots! Is he down?
The gunman who took 8 lives that day, including 3 children shot dead by police. Authorities say he targeted the location and had a neo-Nazi ideology.
Just such a horrible story. Maria Villarreal joins us now from Allen, Texas. Maria, what's next in this case?
So, Lindsay, this body cam footage was actually released after a grand jury here locally reviewed all of the evidence, and they found that lethal use of force in this case was absolutely justified. Now, there is a separate independent review that is being conducted right now, and that is to take a look at all of the actions taken on that day to see if there's anything that Allen PD, or for that matter, any police department around the country can learn from this shooting response. Lindsay?
Maria Villarreal for us in Allen, Texas. Thanks so much, Maria. The New York City attorney accused of being a serial rapist in Boston is now facing new charges in more unsolved cases. Matthew Nilo is accused of assaulting 4 more women in the neighborhood where he grew up. Tonight, he remains free on bail. ABC's Ariel Reshef has more.
Tonight, Matthew Nilo, the New York attorney already accused of a string of rapes in Boston, is facing new charges after a grand jury indicted him for 5 more sexual assaults.
How do you plead to those offenses? Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty.
It comes just weeks after Nilo pleaded not guilty to attacking 4 victims in a chilling crime spree 15 years ago that put women across the city on edge.
It's quite scary.
Prosecutors now say DNA also connects Nilo to assaults on 4 more women during that same time frame in Boston's North End, where he grew up. One victim allegedly attacked twice in just 11 days. His attorney telling ABC News,
Is it good?
denied
Give me a
all
piece,
allegations, including the latest
Mo, give me a
charges,
simple taste,
that
Mo.
both a legal
Mo.
and factual challenge
Give
to
me
the
a simple
government's case.
taste, Mo.
Nilo was released on
She's just
$1
like,
million
she having a good time.
by his side as he walked out of jail. One of his accusers, Lori Pinkham, telling us she is horrified.
We saw that you were enraged after the bail hearing. I just thought it was such a disappointment that they were just going to let him walk right out. These are such heinous crimes.
Heinous allegations for sure. Ariel Reshef joins us now. Ariel, authorities say that Nilo has lived in several cities. Are they looking for possible connections in those areas?
They are, Lindsay. Madison, Wisconsin police tell us that they are now looking into and reviewing old cases to see if there's any possible connections to Nilo. And as for what comes next, well, Nilo has a hearing on July 13th. That's his arraignment on these new charges.
I feel so good.
Oh, thanks so much, Ariel. Tonight, newly unsealed court documents reveal disturbing details about the murders of two teen girls killed while hiking in Delphi, Indiana. Documents show the suspect, Richard Allen, we see him right there, allegedly admitted to killing 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams at least 5 times during phone calls from jail to his wife and mother. Authorities say a knife was used in the killings, and some of the girls' clothes were missing when their bodies were found. The Marine veteran behind that chokehold death on the subway in New York City pleaded not guilty in court today. Documents show Daniel Penny described the confrontation to police, telling officers on that day, quote, "I had him pretty good." A warning, some viewers might find this video disturbing. Our senior justice reporter, Aaron Katursky, has the details.
Tonight, the Marine veteran accused of putting a homeless man in a fatal chokehold, pleading not guilty to charges of manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. Court records revealing Daniel Penny believed Jordan Neely posed a threat from the moment he stepped into the subway car on May 1st. He came on, was very aggressive, going crazy.
Better to call 988.
Responding police officers, "I just came up behind him and put him in a chokehold. He was threatening everybody." Later saying, "I had him pretty good. I was in the Marine Corps." Prosecutors say Neely made verbal threats to passengers, but was not violent. They faulted Penny for continuing the chokehold for several minutes, even after Neely stopped moving.
Daniel Penny killed a man. He took a life.
But defense attorneys expressed confidence Penny would be exonerated in a city where violence on the subway is a near daily occurrence.
All the evidence is that we've seen is that our client acted reasonably under the circumstances and that he was justified in the actions he took.
Penny is free on $100,000 bail. A manslaughter conviction could get him 15 years in prison. But Lindsay, if he's found guilty of the lesser negligent homicide charge, Penny could be punished without prison. Lindsay?
Aaron, thank you. Tonight, authorities are on the scene of an Amtrak collision and derailment in Ventura County, California. The train hit a water truck, derailing at least 3 cars. About 190 passengers on board the train evacuated into a field. At least 9 people were hurt and treated for minor injuries. The truck driver managed to get out before the crash. President Biden was in Chicago today launching a new campaign push to convince Americans his economic policies are working, and he's calling it Bidenomics. Take a listen.
It's like Reaganomics.
From the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. I'm here to say we have a plan that's turning things around incredibly quickly.
And let's bring in ABC's chief White House correspondent.
Boy, Biden just he making history, ain't he?
Policies have boosted the economy.
I'll go ahead on. Lord, let me tweet it. Oh, have mercy, Jesus.
He's touting the unemployment
Go ahead.
below 4% and 13 million.
He said Bidenomics. Go ahead on, baby. Yes, honey. Where you at?
Approve of the
Twitter.
president's handling of the economy. That's something President Biden is hoping he can turn around before the election.
And one more item from the White House.
He said Bidenomics,
The
y'all.
president getting treatment for sleep apnea. What are those details?
Yeah, the White House says the president has been using what's known as a CPAP machine. It's a device that helps keep the airways open so the president can get a better night's rest.
Bidenomics.
This morning, when markings from the machine were actually spotted there on the president's face as he was speaking with reporters. Biden did reveal back in 2008 that he, like millions of other Americans,
Go
suffers from
ahead,
sleep apnea,
POTUS.
which is a disorder where your breathing repeatedly starts and stops.
I love it.
Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce from the White House for us. Thanks so much, Mary.
Thank you.
Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger met with investigators from Special Counsel Jack Smith's office today. Former President Trump phoned Raffensperger in January.
Bidenomics. Oh my God. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my God.
Republican refused. former president has defended the move, calling it an absolutely perfect phone call. And still much more to get to tonight. Coming up, a serious health scare for Madonna leads her to postpone her upcoming concert tour. We'll have the details on what sent her
That's
to the
what I'm talking
ICU.
about.
But next, we look at the dark side of social media with influencers who ate their way to internet fame and the high physical and mental cost to going viral.
Bidenomics.
A little plate. Finish the food. I'll just pack it up. Because the bigger it looks, the more views you get.
They got some hashtags out here already. Go ahead on, honey.
Here in Kentucky, no map for the tornado.
Go ahead.
California on the ground in Ukraine. Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
Honey.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
I love it. I love it.
Turkey, California covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem here at 10 Downing Street in London. Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
I gotta see which one it is. Okay, hold on.
The Right Now look at the day ahead.
I want to say it's the beast. It's the ones who sing California Girls. I love California Girls.
On ABC News Live.
The Beach Boys.
All right, here we go. You ready?
I love it.
It's the show America wants, and America
I love
needs
it.
right now. This is What Would You Do?
Let me see if they will show it to me.
Yeah, so what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just found out. The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. My favorite show.
Welcome back, everyone. Mukbang is a social media trend that has caught fire. Eating a large amount of food on camera, all while taking viewers through the meal step by
What
step.
the hell?
It's become a lucrative way for content creators to rack up followers, ads, and brand deals, but it all comes at a price. Overeating can lead to binging,
Summer of
mental
Love.
exhaustion, and could set a bad example for those watching. Our Elizabeth Schulze talks to two of Mukbang's biggest stars and starts off our new series, The Other Side of Social Media.
If you type in Trisha Paytas chicken nugget, like there's so many videos that pop up. I love chicken nuggets, and I feel like that's what people like know me as.
Does it feel weird to you ever? To
Weird.
Have your
That's
name
not
attached
it.
to chicken nuggets?
No, I love
But let's go here because they cannot dance.
100 chicken nugget challenge. This little crispy part, yeah.
Trisha Paytas never expected that eating fast food would be her way to fame.
So 2012 was my first eating video.
There go Miss Tyra.
Viral for back then. I got like 1 million views in a day, and I was just eating scrambled eggs, toast, and apple potato chips.
Scrambled
They're
eggs, toast, and
POTUS.
ruffled chips.
Yeah, that was back in my days when I couldn't really afford anything. I was like, Chef, I'm sorry, Chef. I remember chips on the seat.
So you make this video, you put it on YouTube, and you're watching these views creep up. What's your reaction?
I mean, I was so relieved. I was watching the views go up. I was making money. Just made some scrambled eggs.
What kind of money did that look like, those views for you?
Well, I think my scrambled eggs video made like $8,000.
$8,000 overnight because of that video.
Literally overnight. And I think the most I've ever made was I did a Pizza Hut one where I ate like 5 different pizzas. Like another pizza? And I think that made like maybe 50,000. These are my cup collections.
Now from her home
Yeah,
in
sure.
Los Angeles with a loyal audience of more than 5 million subscribers.
This is literally so good.
Trisha has made a living cashing in on a trend called
Mukbang.
You all right, Noni?
mukbang.
You all right?
A term that originated in South
Are you
Korea
okay?
and translates to eating
Cat
shows.
Are you all right?
Nothing but dog.
Yeah. I don't know if she's too hot or what. This says check my email. And I still haven't responded to John yet.
Challenges where they eat exorbitant amounts. I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat.
Oh, I'll do it here, Johnny. I'm gonna just do it in my
I was doing different things like, adding different foods and different things like that. So it went viral. It really doesn't matter what you put in there.
Atlanta-based Bethany Gaskin grew her following to more than 3 million on YouTube, going viral eating piles of seafood.
Yep, and that's it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of prepping. You have to have the food set up in the right way, and the lighting, the sound. It's a lot.
That's a good one. She admits at first she thought it was weird that viewers would want to watch and listen to her eat.
I think that it's a thing called ASMR. They say they get the tingles. It makes them, feel a certain feeling.
If you saw my other live, it's just weird. I'm telling you, our world is weird. Just do you, boo. Just do you, boo. Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Sensitivity in online spaces that really
Okay, so I did that.
Look at themselves in relationship to a content creator. That is an area for people who have a history of eating disorders or who have active eating disorders that it can be really triggering and confusing.
I would call it binge eating. You cannot go on camera with a little plate and expect people to watch. I never ever finish the food. I'll just pack it up because the bigger it looks, the more views you're going to get.
What would you say to critics who look at these videos and say you're encouraging people to binge eat?
I would challenge you to do it.
You're making this problem worse.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree completely.
How many people get this much food to eat at once, right?
You see these people binge, and it can trigger all types of emotions and bad eating habits.
Trisha Paytas has opened up online about her own binge eating disorder.
I don't know how to stop the binge. It was definitely hard for me as I was making all this money. The more food I ate, the better. But then I was becoming unhealthy, and so I had to find a balance of it, which is now just eating a normal sized meal. Instead of eating 20 meals, I would order so much.
Was there ever a moment where you were putting these videos out, it was fun, it was part of your day-to-day, and then it just all of a sudden felt like a burden?
When I first got over 200 pounds, I was like, oh man, this is a problem. There was a point that I was hospitalized, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was exhaustion or something like that. And it was just eating too much. Everything was just tight, my heart, everything. You guys know how I talk about YouTube views being down in general.
The unrelenting allure of more views and more
What
dollars
else I got?
weighs not just on mukbang influencers' physical health, but mental health too.
I do think there's a significant amount of pressure for these creators who, are sitting there eating day after day and have millions of views and followers to actually replicate that behavior.
870 calories. I did the 10,000 calorie challenge wrong, so then redo it, and then I did it right, and then okay, do the 20,000 calorie challenge, do the 100 nugget challenge.
Oh, my stomach.
And you just feel so much pressure because you just want to keep one-upping yourself. So I just add the juice.
For some creators, the videos were a launching pad to a new business.
So I started experimenting, making my own sauce. This will simmer for about 20 minutes. So I came up with the perfect sauce. And what I did a recipe on it and gave people the recipe of how to make the sauce. And it became a hit, a sensation.
Bethany's sauce company isn't her only source of revenue. She also earns cash from ads and brand deals. As for Trisha, she says ads on YouTube are still her main source of income. Trisha admits she's posted racially insensitive and controversial videos just for the sake of views, weighing in on politics.
I am fully supportive of Mitt Romney
and transgender rights.
People might think I'm trying to be offensive.
You have faced kind of criticism for just saying whatever you want. Do you have any regrets? What do you say to those who say you?
Because she got paid.
Rein it in a little bit.
Of course, I have regrets. I said stuff for shock value. I said, but it's happened. It's in the past. I just, unfortunately, it's out there forever. And I'm just happy to have some sort of platform to show that people can change. I feel like I was a mess and I publicly showed that. And I'm happy to show that you can change.
And sitting here today, you're admitting to me you said stuff for shock value.
Yes.
You're not hiding that.
No. Yeah, no, and then some people think that's an excuse.
Do you feel like the Trisha that we're talking to here in your house is the same as what you put on all your different platforms?
I think now I can safely say I'm the exact same online as I am in real life.
For Unfiltered Life, opening her up to unfiltered and unashamed comments online.
The more you cannot worry about what other people are saying or even know what other people are saying about you, the better. They think you're gluttonous. They think you have no self-control. They think you're like piggish. And it never helps when people are like, you're fat.
How do you not let those comments get to you?
I really don't even notice anymore. I'm so how many times being called fat, you know? It's like, okay, I get that. Like, what else? I'm now choosing Cinderella.
Now a new mom to her daughter Malibu Barbie, Trisha faces a new challenge, protecting her daughter's privacy.
You look like a little princess.
While promoting her own unabashedly public persona.
This looks so good. And I felt it back a lot. And I've learned to do that, especially with her, because she's just like sacred and I just want to like protect her.
Do you ever just want to like turn it off, deactivate everything?
I don't think I ever want to turn it off. I actually like love it so much. There's 10,000 people watching or 1 million people. I think it's exciting.
And I'm like, I am done.
It's all really quite fascinating. Our thanks to Elizabeth for that. So much more to get to here on Prime tonight. Coming up, some A-listers in the Screen Actors Guild, including Meryl Streep and Jennifer Lawrence, say they're willing to strike. We'll have the latest on the negotiations. But next, how much does extreme heat cost the U.S. economy and healthcare system? We take a look by the numbers.
More Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Moore, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
Russian families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
On the ground in Ukraine, close to the front line.
from the capital,
Destructive Cat 4 storm. I-5 often is in the forefront of
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
I came out of jail with a plan. I was going to put every piece of energy I had into music.
I'm sorry, y'all.
This was my best bet to really have an impact. I'll cry. Who thought I could help people?
You want to know what I'm eating?
Things change hour
It's a cracker.
minute by minute.
Historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
With the saltine.
Right now, the nationwide food shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key.
It's a crunch at Mo.
Biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early
Huh.
news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings.
You don't want it?
News Live.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you. Yes, Whoopi!
That's my bond. Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better sound.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what people don't see during a commercial break.
Right. They don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into. That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy. Behind the table. Listen wherever you get your podcast.
Okay,
When I got some
so let me try my email.
college students, it was a story
I finished this one.
of four students stabbed to death in their
Go
beds on
email.
their way to a home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people
That's my carrots.
to get to his target.
I'm Kena Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killing.
I got my green giant carrots. Green giant. Okay. Federal Election Commission.
I can't imagine it feels like
Okay.
$20, $30.
I'm looking for this other thing.
Are you worried about going to jail?
What you want?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
I don't I'm not a Costco customer. I don't party.
We'll take you there.
So
ABC News Live.
That's junk.
Welcome back, everyone. Folks from Florida to California are sweltering under heat alerts today, and with those high temperatures come some big bills. Tonight, we're taking a look at the cost of extreme heat by the numbers. The EPA reports that heat waves are getting longer, hotter, and more frequent across the country. The average heat wave season is currently 49 days longer now than it was back in the 60s, and by mid-century, U.S. summers are expected to include up to 30 additional days of extreme heat. The longer and hotter heat waves raise the risk of heat-related illnesses. The cost, $1 billion in extra healthcare bills, according to a new report from Virginia Commonwealth University and the Center for American Progress. They estimated that extreme heat will be responsible for nearly 235,000 emergency room visits and more than 56,000 hospital admissions each summer. Beyond healthcare, another study found that extreme heat costs the country $100 billion per year in lost labor productivity. Worldwide, Dartmouth University researchers estimated that the global economy lost $16 trillion between 1992 and 2013 as severe heat waves impacted health, productivity, and agricultural output. As for the current heat wave gripping much of the U.S., it's forecasted to expand into the Midwest and also California. And we still have much more ahead here on Prime tonight. Tributes are pouring in after the death of a former NFL quarterback in an apparent drowning. And the unusual coming-of-age story of an Oakland teen
It just never
who so
stops.
happens to be a judge.
That's why you need to get some support, because
when we come back.
it's just going to get worse, y'all. It's going to get worse. If you're a subscriber and you watch my content regularly, I warned you. I warned you. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
I can't imagine it.
Sorry.
From $20 billion to $100,000.
Oh, let me go back over here, child.
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
That's my carrots.
You said that the 6 friends, one of them was sick.
Yeah.
Do you have future political aspirations?
Going to the front line.
The search for survivors. How does this war end?
And getting to the heart of the story.
Thank you for being here. We'll be here for a long run.
ABC News, #1 in the morning, the #1 newscast, #1 in daytime talk, Friday nights, Sunday mornings versus the competition, and the #1 streaming news. Thank you for making ABC News America's trusted, straightforward first choice.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning. America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
Russian families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
Victims of Russia.
on the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital,
Destructive. Cat 4 story.
I-5 often is in the forefront.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kena Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is The King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, streaming weeknights.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
So let me check my email.
Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just found out. The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
A former NFL quarterback dies in an apparent drowning at a Florida beach. A Philadelphia towing company is charged in a multi-million-dollar catalytic converter theft ring, and the ESPYs announced special honorees for their upcoming awards program. These stories and much more in tonight's rundown.
Florida officials confirming the drowning death of former Arkansas Razorbacks and NFL quarterback Ryan Mallett. According to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, the 35-year-old was swimming with a group near a sandbar at this private beach club in Destin. As they struggled to make it to shore, lifeguards say Mallett went under the surface and wasn't breathing when he was pulled back out. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. Treatment is pouring in from across the football world. Former teammate Tom Brady writing on Instagram, "We lost a great man. Thank you for everything, Ryan."
Officials in Pennsylvania announced that a multi-million-dollar catalytic converter theft ring has been dismantled. The Bucks County District Attorney's Office said 11 adults and 1 juvenile were charged in an investigation of the Philadelphia tow yard, TDI Towing. The DA's office said the yard had become a popular spot for thieves to sell catalytic converters, and that TDI Towing had spent more than $8.2 million for catalytic converters over 3 years.
Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, and hundreds of other big stars have written a letter to the union leadership of the Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, basically saying that they'd rather strike than accept a mediocre new contract from the studios. They say no one wants a strike, but they're prepared to walk if it comes to that. This comes as the deadline for a deal is Friday, and of course Hollywood writers have been on strike for almost 2 months. The actors are asking for a, quote, seismic realignment of minimum pay rates and streaming residuals, among other things.
Madonna is postponing her upcoming celebration tour due to illness. Her manager, Guy Osiri, posting the news on Instagram, revealing the 64-year-old pop star had developed a serious bacterial infection that led to a several days stay in the ICU. Osiri said Madonna was improving and expected to make a full recovery, but would need to postpone all commitments, including the tour, with information on rescheduling to come. The celebration tour was scheduled to begin July 15th and reach 43 cities around the world through early next year.
A member of the Central Park 5 declared victory in the primary for a city council seat.
I saw that.
Yusuf Salam was running for the seat in the 9th District of New York City, located in central Harlem, against 2 state assembly members. Salam was one of 5 teenagers wrongfully convicted of the rape of a female jogger in Central Park in 1989. The 5 served time in prison, but were exonerated in 2002 after the real suspect confessed and was linked to the crime.
We now know who some of the major honorees will be at the upcoming ESPY Awards. The U.S. women's national team will receive the Arthur Ashe Award for Courage, recognizing their fight for equal pay for the men's and women's teams, which led to new collective bargaining agreements for both teams last year. Chicago White Sox pitcher Liam Hendricks will receive the Jimmy V Award for Perseverance, honoring his battle with stage 4 non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Hendricks returned to the mound for the first time last month, and the Pat Tillman Award for Service will go to each member of the Buffalo Bills training staff for the life-saving measures they used to resuscitate DeMar Hamlin when he collapsed during a game in January. The ESPYs take place on July 12th.
Growing up, we all experience some of our most awkward times, but what happens when you're a 13-foot teen who's been hidden away for most of your life? Boots Riley, the filmmaker who brought us critically acclaimed 2018 film Sorry to Bother You, is now diving into TV with I'm a Virgo, a coming-of-age story about an Oakland teen named Cootie who just happens to be a giant. Take a look.
Well, I'm a Virgo, and Virgos love adventure.
We showing up with a giant.
Welcome to Bing Bang Burger. What can I bop you with today?
I love this.
Now by Karen Young and Olivia Washington, who are both part of the show's cast. Welcome.
I gotta see this.
Nice to have you here. I love to be here.
Oh.
All right, let's start off with why is this called I'm a Virgo?
That's a good question. You know, I heard them say it, so firstly, one, I think I also heard him say a couple different things. One of them being, I think it's just a thing that people say. And secondly, it's because Cootie doesn't define himself as being 13 foot tall. He defines himself as being a Virgo. So I think that's pretty cool.
With all the emotions that go along with that.
Yeah. And I also saw that Jarrell had said in the interview something to the sort of, it connects me to my human and not
It's a big red dog that David Chappelle was talking about.
To that, right?
That's crazy. Where's the big red dog?
Talk to us about Cootie's unique journey and both of the characters that you all play as you're kind of bringing him into the real world.
Yeah. You know, he has been inside of his house for his whole life. So when he steps out,
Clifford.
he very luckily makes some really amazing friends.
He's Clifford.
And maybe falls a little hard for me, Flora. But he's just experiencing so many new things for the first time and has great guides in that exploration. Yeah.
And you have a storyline that's really fantasy, comedy, satire, drama, all in all. What were you all thinking when you first read the script?
It's a good day.
So the first read through was really kind of spectacular because it was
Let me go back to my email.
And we were all in isolation in our own places, but I was like, whoa, what a wild ride. Yeah, it's unlike anything I'd ever read before. So it's Boots Riley also. So he makes such dense, unique universes that you just really want to explore in and be a part of.
Carol, why did you decide you wanted to be a part of this project?
Boots Riley. And also, you know, what's interesting is, you know, I have a background in theater, and coincidentally, a lot of the characters that I've played have been survivors of capitalism, and there's a big theme in this show that you'll see play out.
Got that one.
But I feel like Jones is almost of like the heartbeats of all of those characters channeled through the justification of who they are and the global oppression of the world. I feel like Jones is carrying like the heartbeat of humanity on her, and that is really important to me in all of the work that I do.
Carrying the heartbeat of humanity, that is deep. What do you all hope that viewers take away?
Ooh, everything. I think there's just so much to absorb. There's so much to lean into. And there's so many stories. There's so many people. Like Olivia plays Flora, and there's I think it's one of the most profound stories in episode 3. It feels like such a connection to people who haven't been seen.
Olivia, obviously you come from a family of actors, Dad Denzel, Mom Coletha, brother John David. When was the moment that you decided, I'm going to do this too?
I think growing up in such an artful house, I was always kind of in the arts, and I was painfully shy as a child. So my mom threw me into dance class with Eartha Robinson, and she looked like me. She was from Harlem. She spoke with attitude and assurance, and she saw me and she pushed me. So I think from that place till now was kind of that maturation of my artistry.
Ladies, we thank you so much for coming by and talking with us. Really a great pleasure to have you here. We want to let our viewers know that the show I'm a Virgo is now available to watch on Prime Video.
Yes, go watch it.
That's Amazon.
What happened at Stonewall 54 years ago changed the course of gay rights in America. It remains a sacred site for the LGBTQ plus community, soon to be a National Monument Visitor Center. It's also where ABC Steve Wilson met with one of the world's biggest stars, who's also a powerful ally in the fight.
I'm no stranger to backlash.
Yes. Backlash, yeah.
I'm a fighter. I wrote a song about it. Doing it in my shows here for Pride Week just makes me want to sing louder, stronger, harder, just because it makes me want to fight back. You can fight with love.
She's one of the most popular entertainers on the planet. First ruled the pop charts in 1999, singing Genie in a Bottle. But Christina Aguilera is also, quite arguably, a gay icon who isn't afraid to stand up for her fans. Back in 2008, in what then felt like a controversial interview with MTV News, she spoke out against a California ballot initiative banning gay marriage.
Just doesn't make sense to me, why you would put so much money behind something between stopping people from loving each other and bonding together, I just don't understand it.
And just a few years before, she won a special place in the same community with a song and video way ahead of its time that told people you are beautiful no matter what they say.
You are beautiful in every single way. This world can't bring you down.
It became an anthem and earned her a GLAAD Media Award.
It was one of the first videos that showcased, two men kissing. And I don't even think at the time that was going to be controversial. I don't think anything of those things. I look at people as people, and that's why I'm so anti-judgment and criticizing other people or having no sympathy or compassion for things that don't fit the norm inside your own box.
It's why they're honoring her this week at the Stonewall National Monument Visitor Center in New York, a sacred ground for LGBTQ plus people. Things would be different today for many people across the world if it weren't for one hot night in June, 54 years ago, outside this now historic gay bar.
It was humid, the full moon was out, Judy Garland had just been buried.
In many ways, actress and singer Judy Garland was the gay icon of her time. Back then, gay men used to call themselves the Friends of Dorothy from her role in The Wizard of Oz, where she sang what became a gay anthem of her own. Victoria Cruz says the streets were angry over years of mistreatment from police, and that Garland's tragic death was one more straw.
So I sat right there on that step.
She's a trans woman, a living legend who was there that night when police raided the bar.
All of a sudden, a brick flew out.
A brick flew out from the crowd.
From the crowd that was on that corner there.
They threw bottles, beer cans, and their middle fingers at police. They were led by trans legends like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, who were shaking their fists at a society that told them they were sick or shouldn't exist. In New York City at the time, kissing someone of the same sex or holding their hand in public was against the law. Bars like Stonewall were a safe place.
It was the first time we stood up for our rights. For that, I wanted to see it. They weren't expecting that to happen at all, because we didn't fight back. Yeah, because when you used to go to bars, they used to raid the bars. They used to harass you. If you had makeup on and you looked good, they made you wash your face with the dirty water. They washed the floors.
The fight in the streets went on for 6 nights, and when it ended, a number of gay rights organizations were born. It was such an important moment that there's a national monument outside. And next year, history will be made again.
This space is going to be the Stonewall National Monument Visitor Center, which will be the first LGBTQ visitor center within the national park system.
It is amazing to me that I am a 50-something-year-old gay man who has never been to Stonewall.
I mean, you're not unique in having that story.
Yeah.
There are a number of people who talk about they've never been to Stonewall. What's the story of Stonewall? And that's one of the reasons why we want to create this visitor center.
And to celebrate the construction, they're giving a golden shovel to one of this community's fiercest fighters.
As an artist who puts herself out there, are some people who say, I don't want to hear that from my musician.
So then it's not for you then. You don't need to subscribe, but I'm doing what I feel is intentionally right for me and what I am here as a greater purpose to do as a human being. But I'm no stranger to backlash. That's okay.
What an incredible honor it is to be here with all of you standing in unity and in our truth and in our love.
There was no backlash here. She was the must-see performance on Pride Weekend in New York.
I'm so appreciative for the ability that I have to share and to help other people somehow in their lives. And that's the stuff that really means the most. Grammys are nice, but things like this brings it back to other people and the greater purpose that we're kind of all here for is to connect and to hopefully spread positivity and unity.
She says it's what she teaches her own children, love and respect for people who are different.
There's so much violence and animosity and hate being spewed. I just don't understand that. That's not a world that I know I don't want to live in. I don't want to raise my kids in. And I always want them to have that sense of awareness and information and knowledge to, yes, make their own choices, but lead with compassion. Thank you so much.
Leading with compassion and sympathy. Victoria Cruz says it shouldn't be that hard.
All we want is acceptance, not tolerate. You know how much we've tolerated? Bisexual, physical, assaults. We've tolerated enough. What we want is acceptance. Accept us for who and what we are.
Our thanks to Steve Osensami for that. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Lindsay Davis. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Coming up in the next hour, actor Kevin Spacey appears in a London court as he faces trial on sexual assault charges. And protests in Paris rage after a police officer shot and killed a teenage delivery driver. We have the latest.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, streaming weeknights.
This summer, GMA's popping up all across the country, spreading sunshine and summertime fun in the morning. It's GMA's Rise and Shine Summer Tour. Rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
So, could we be coming to your hometown?
This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000.
Yeah.
Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
This is ABC News Live.
Russian families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine,
Close to the front line.
from the capital destructive. Cat 4 story.
Often is in the bullpen.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better show.
Absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right. They don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into. That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, George. You're doing good. Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, it's the target, and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kayna Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. This is ABC News Live Prime. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We've got a lot of news to get to this evening, including the new details about human remains found in the wreckage of that Titan submersible as pieces of it have pulled onto dry land. Plus, tense moments at one of the country's busiest airports as a plane lands without its front landing gear, leading to travel disruptions. And just like that, 25 years after its debut, the ladies of Sex and the City reflect on the show's cultural impact and also its future. But we begin with the air quality emergency ahead of the holiday weekend. 100 million people on alert for smoke from those wildfires raging in Canada and dangerous heat in 15 states. Detroit, Michigan had the worst air in the world today. President Biden's helicopter landed in the haze in Chicago, but runners still took to the track in St. Louis despite all the smoke. And where is all the haze headed? And where will it clear ahead of the fast approaching holiday weekend? Meteorologist Lee Goldberg is standing by. But first, Alex Perez reports from Chicago.
Tonight, millions of people in major cities being told to stay indoors as smoke from those persistent wildfires burning in Canada overtakes much of the country.
So this is Detroit, Michigan. You typically see downtown from here, but it's just a cloud of smoke over the entire city.
The smoke is spreading south and east to major cities like Detroit, Indianapolis, and Chicago, reporting some of the worst readings in the country and the world. Here's what it looked like on EarthCam in Pittsburgh yesterday and now this morning, after New York City saw stunning images like these amid its worst air quality ever earlier this month. Authorities now issuing air quality advisories once again for the state and the city, with nearly 500 fires in Canada expected to burn all summer. New York's governor making the connection to climate change.
We are truly the first generation to feel the real effects of climate change, and we're also the last generation to do anything meaningful about it.
Our thanks to Alex for that. Tonight, we are getting grim word from the Coast Guard that crews have found presumed human remains from that doomed Titan submersible. This comes as we're seeing the remarkable first images of pieces of debris from the Titan, including what appears to be the sub's viewing portal covered in a tarp. Nearly a week after the wreckage was found, the investigation is now in full swing. Stephanie Ramos reports.
Tonight, as the first debris from the Titan sub is lifted to shore, the Coast Guard announcing that investigators have found presumed human remains that have been carefully recovered within the wreckage at the site of the incident. It comes as cranes hoisted large pieces of the Titan wreckage with cables and wires, what appears to be a panel from the exterior of the submersible, along with one of the sub's end caps.
It's going to take months anyway to go through all these bits and pieces and thoroughly analyze all of the failures, looking at how the hatch separated, where did the first leak happen. And at these kind of pressures, when things go bad, everything's over very, very quickly.
The investigation is expected to focus in part on that carbon composite construction. Industry experts and a former employee had warned OceanGate that that material at extreme depths could weaken with each dive.
Was it part of the composite shell? And taking a look at all these different pieces to see, is there a fatigue crack? Is it a purely overload failure? What happened?
Our thanks to Stephanie. An emergency landing at one of the busiest airports in the country when a passenger plane landed without its front landing gear. Passengers on board broke out into applause after the plane managed to safely touch down. No one was hurt, but the impact is still being felt tonight at Charlotte's airport. Gio Benitez reports.
Tonight, tense moments inside that Delta flight from Atlanta to Charlotte with 96 passengers. An emergency on board after the front landing gear failed to deploy. Passengers told to brace for impact. The pilots carefully touching down. Seconds later, a loud bang as the plane's nose hits the ground. That Boeing 717 screeching to a halt. Passengers erupting in applause. Edward Cates filming on his phone from the front row.
You started to smell smoke and see a little bit of smoke in the front cabin. And then within seconds of seeing and smelling the smoke, we were all kind of applauding the landing.
Crew members calmly getting people off the plane.
Come this way, keep everything, jump and slide.
Jumping down the emergency slide.
That's about the scariest damn 30 minutes of my life.
Sean Osmond was sitting in the emergency exit row, fearing the worst.
I shot a text message out to my mom and my dad, told them I loved them and to keep calm in case anything happened.
Amazingly, no one injured. Federal authorities now investigating why the landing gear malfunctioned.
They made a flyby by the tower so the tower could actually look at the nose and see what the problem would be. The gear doors were open and it was the wheel itself that was jammed up into that wheel well. They would have to land and slowly let the nose come down onto the runway.
That runway shut down, delaying hundreds of flights.
Our thanks to Gio for that. And let's get right to the dapper meteorologist Lee Goldberg from our partner station in New York, WABC, tracking it all for us once again tonight. Hey, Lee.
All right, Lindsay, for the first time in about a week, I was forecasting beautiful sunny skies the next couple of days and dry here in the tri-state area, New York City area, but it's the poor air quality that looms. It's coming from the Midwest, and that's where you have some of the worst air quality in the world, places like Chicago or in the parts of Minneapolis, Detroit, and that's headed off to the south and east, down through the Tennessee Valley, even into parts of Georgia, southwest of D.C. Now, here's the good news. It's really peaking right now, and over the next 24 hours, what we'll see is that smoke fanning out, but also thinning out too. So the air quality will be compromised, but it's more moderate to unhealthy for sensitive groups, and it looks like the big cities like New York City and up to Boston will avoid that. Most of the poor air quality will be in the interior, and we'll continue to see improvement over the weekend. By the way, some of the storms are coming into Chicago. That will help the air quality. That's on the edge of this heat dome. Big area, high pressure, sinking air, extreme heat has just been expanding. It's out to New Mexico, it's up to Indiana, it's down to Florida, and you've got temperatures that are well over 100 and feeling like about 110 to 115. I mean, Texas has been going through this for weeks already, and it continues to expand. When we're looking for relief, you're going to have to wait till the weekend or even early next week. And we're not talking about cool or refreshing. It's just back to normal temperatures. Lizzie?
Well, we look forward to that relief nonetheless. Lee Goldberg, our thanks to you. Overseas now, Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey appeared in a London court today. He faces 12 sex offense charges related to incidents that the prosecution says involved 4 men between 2001 and 2013. Spacey denies the charges. The trial is expected to last 4 weeks. If convicted of the most serious charges, he could face life in prison. In his speech today, President Biden laid out his economic vision and what he's now branding as Bidenomics, looking to change the public perception of his administration's handling of the economy as the 2024 election kicks into high gear. Republicans are still navigating how to respond to investigations of former President Trump and the tape revealed this week. For more on all things 2024, we're joined in studio now by ABC News political director, Mr. Rick Klein. Rick, thanks so much for being with us. Let's start off with the president's message on economics and basically this pitch that he's giving to Americans as far as what his administration is doing. What is he saying?
Bidenomics. We know Reaganomics, Clintonomics. This is the latest entry into the lexicon. Biden says he didn't think of it himself. It came from journalists who started to label it, but now his team is leaning in on it. And what they're trying to do is own a messaging frame around the economy. Their view at the White House and among many Democrats is that they've got some real achievements to talk about, but they just haven't gotten credit for it yet. And they don't want to shy away from it. They don't want to be defensive when it comes to the economy. They want to take credit for the fact that unemployment has remained very low, that the stock market has remained relatively stable, and that there's some real signs of momentum from the middle class.
And is this notion of Bidenomics resonating with Americans?
In a word, no. There's nothing that I've seen in public opinion polling that suggests that people view the president's handling of the economy anywhere nearly as well as he likes to cast it. There are lots of economic indicators that would back up his version, but I think a lot of people have been hit hard by inflation and have seen some of the wild gyrations in the stock market and the job market more broadly to say that this is not something that smacks of stability. In fact, there was an Associated Press poll out just today, Lindsay, that had among Democrats his approval rating on the economy just 60%. That's unbelievably low in this partisan political environment. Even his own base isn't right now viewing the idea that his economic policies have brought successful outcomes so far.
Let's pivot a bit to the Trump front. How are the candidates who are running for president really navigating this revelation, allegedly, that there is this audio tape of Trump seeming to have classified documents in his possession?
Well, some of them are pretending like it doesn't exist at all. In fact, we've been trying to get a question to Governor Ron DeSantis. He ignored our reporter entirely right there on the rope line. People like Nikki Haley have said, yeah, it's out there. There's nothing you can do about it. We'll see where it's in the courts. The flip side of that, what we've kind of expected right now, people like Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson saying this underscores the concerns around Trump and whether this is the right thing. You're not hearing a lot of people defend it. They either want it to go away or they're pointing to what they view as politicization of the Justice Department.
We saw Kevin McCarthy kind of step in it a bit and questioning just if Trump is the strongest candidate or not on the GOP side. How much of a delicate dance, a precarious position is for the Speaker of the House when he has such a razor-thin margin of support with Republicans?
This is a classic Washington gaffe when a politician makes the mistake of telling the truth and then has to spend the next couple of days cleaning it up. And that has been this spin. He is not Speaker of the House, if not for Trump support. And this episode, I think, explains or explores the reality right now that if Trump were to pull the plug on Kevin McCarthy, he would no longer be Speaker of the House. It's extraordinary that just by saying, look at the polls, look at reality here, that he may not be your strongest candidate, you get this kind of fierce reaction inside the Trump world, and that the Speaker of the House himself has to publicly and privately spend the next couple of days trying to clean it up.
All right, Ray Klein, great to have you in studio
Thanks,
with
Lindsay.
us here in New York. Just days away from the start of Madonna's global 43-city tour, the iconic singer spent several days in the ICU because of a bacterial infection. Her manager says she's under medical care tonight, but is expected to make a full recovery. Here's ABC's Trevor Walt.
Tonight, a frightening health scare for Madonna, being treated for a serious bacterial infection that led to several days in the ICU. Her manager posting to Instagram, the 64-year-old singer got the infection 4 days ago on Saturday and needed to be hospitalized. Tonight, that manager's health is improving. She remains under medical care, but a full recovery. A source telling ABC News the singer is out of the ICU.
80s, 90s, 2000s. Music. Welcome to the party.
The Material Girl singer and Live Nation were just weeks away from kicking off her celebration tour in Vancouver, her 12th world tour. Tonight, though, that tour and all of her shows are now postponed as Madonna recovers.
And we are wishing her a speedy recovery. Our thanks to Trevor for that. Still much more to get to tonight. It's been 25 years since Women's Sex and the City first appeared on our screens. We sit down with the cast on the next chapter. The next smoke from those wildfires in Canada have now stretched across the Atlantic. We have the latest images.
News breaks.
Families here in Poland, here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado
From Monterey Park, California, on the
Woo!
from Ukraine, reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike at the Dnipro,
Oh.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey. Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
It takes so long.
In Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Holding from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Bring them on. If only there was a place in the morning to start my day. With a smile, somewhere to help me get in the know. A place that's spectacular as well. Me. I think we might know a place, right, guys? Oh, wait, there is. Good morning, America. GMA, 7A, every day. Boom. 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 Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning, America. How are you?
Boom. Now that's how you start your day, people.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News? What will you do?
I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Reporting from New York, I'm Mona Kosarabi. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. We're tracking several headlines around the world. In France, outrage after police shot and killed a 17-year-old delivery driver during a traffic stop. Today, President Emmanuel Macron said the police officer's actions were, quote, inexcusable. The Interior Ministry is calling for calm after at least 31 people were arrested in overnight clashes with the police. The police officer involved was detained but has not been charged. Smoke from Canada wildfires has stretched across the Atlantic, darkening the skies as far away as Spain. Canada has officially marked its worst wildfire season on record, with at least 19 million acres already charred across the country. And more bad news, Canada's wildfire season usually peaks from June to August, so more than half the peak season is still to come. And at China's Chengdu Panda Research, giant pandas met their match when birds decided to share their shady spot amongst the bushes. After a few swing and misses, the panda pair teamed up to try to capture the unwelcome company. But in the end, it was birds 1, pandas 0. And just like that, it has been 25 years since Sex and the City became must-see TV. Now the ladies are back again, proving that it can get better later. Here's ABC's Deborah Roberts.
I sense there's a sisterhood here.
We work hard. It's a serious place, but I think we have more than people actually are aware of.
And just like that, the ladies of Sex and the City are back, more than 2 decades after the iconic original. The Friends, now in their 50s in season 2 of their new HBO hit.
It's so slow. That's the problem.
Some things are better left in the past.
Now everybody's saying, and just like that. It's just become a whole phrase now, right? And just like that. Season 2. Did you expect that would happen?
No,
We hoped.
it felt right. You know, for us to sort of revisit these characters and examine their lives and be witness to what was it, you know, what their experiences were contemporary.
Would you have imagined that there would be these iconic lines? Can you believe that these lines are still being recited by people today?
And those funny lines, I mean, they're very witty, but they capture the moment, right? They can, you know, he's just not that into you. Or I got broke up with on a Post-it.
On a Post-it?
Yeah. Read it and weep, my friends.
Or, you know, I've been dating since I was 15. Where is he?
I've been dating since I was 15. I'm exhausted. Where is he?
They're funny, but they're also
Real.
real. They're real.
Yeah.
From the fashion
Swear on Chanel.
I swear.
to the friendships
Maybe we should be each other's soulmates.
and the unfiltered takes on finding love,
He's just not that intimate.
the show sparking a brash new look at modern single women when it premiered in 1998. It's been 25 years since you stepped in those Manolos.
I couldn't get near a pair of Manolos originally.
Really?
Oh, no.
Seriously?
I spent $40,000 on shoes and I have no place to live. At the beginning of that show, we were mostly creating every character from either Century 21 or consignment and thrift shops, Bloomingdale's a little bit. But our budget was very
Modest?
tender.
Yes.
Stealing from one of their famous catchphrases, I couldn't help but wonder, do friendships really last forever? Do you just feel like when you get together, it's just like old times?
It's really easy, yeah.
You've known each other a long time.
A long time in years, and a lot of things have happened in our lives. You know what I mean? We've had children, got married, like all kinds of things have happened.
Terry, party of 3? Nice!
Sex and the City was all about 30-something women finding themselves in vibrant lives, vibrant sexual lives. And then now, and just like that, is about women who are older. How important is that for you?
When people were surprised, like, oh, you're coming back when you're older. Like, oh, you know, why should we be hiding?
Like, why are our lives not interesting anymore? That's insane. And we have to change it because it's cuckoo
Yes.
to lock everybody over 50 up.
It's also story-wise, like it's simply no less rich.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's people. Enormous important things happen in people's lives after 42.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
As the ladies evolved, so too has the world around them. The show more inclusive this time around.
We love almost everything about our original series, but it was always very white. And that was something that was never sat really well with any of us. And so to be able to go back and change that and let's keep what's good and let's widen it and improve it.
There were a lot of big turns in the last season. Your character has left New York City and is headed to California with her girlfriend. Do they live happily ever after, or is that too mundane for this show?
Sex and the City. Is anybody except for maybe Charlotte gonna live happily ever after? This year we're gonna have some Charlotte soul searching.
So Charlotte may not be as predictable as we thought.
Ooh, Charlotte surprises me. Charlotte often surprises me.
When we last saw Carrie, she was dealing with grief. You have dealt with grief in your own life.
I think there was an attempt and hopefully achieved to have some nobility about the way Carrie wanted to experience it and not have it be everybody else's problem. That kind of loss, you sort of make room in your body, somewhere in your skeleton. There's, a space for people that are no longer with us. And I think that's what she's trying to do is, honor that relationship and look toward what might exist for her in the future, like countless people do.
That's why it's called And Just Like That, right? You think your life is one way and just like that, something horrific happens or something tremendously wonderful happens and your life as you knew it is transformed.
Season 2, a chance for new beginnings and old lovers.
Sitting here with you is like 10 years just.
You teased us there with that trailer that we saw Aiden Shaw at the very end. So tell us a little bit about John Corbett's return.
It's a very happy return. He's comfortable and comforting and familiar. And, 10 years have passed, so there's maturity in their relationship, and he has matured in ways that are right and, developmentally correct. It's just very easy.
So many people, so many fans on social media were so excited to hear that Samantha will make an appearance.
It's the 25th anniversary of the show. It felt like something really nice and happy and a nod to this experience that all four of us shared.
Sweetheart, this is the first time in the history of Manhattan that women have had as much money and power as men. What? The equal luxury of treating men like sex objects.
It's really a cameo. It's very small. And so we don't want people also to be disappointed. We don't want to oversell it.
Manage your expectations.
Exactly. Yes. I'm gonna write the whole thing off as a bad date with a cash bonus.
For many, these ladies broke taboos with their candid conversation, and now, a bit older, they're ready to do it again, one brunch at a time.
I read someplace where you said this season is about resilience, rebound, and laughter.
That's what it felt like. It just felt very happy this season.
What a fun conversation. Our thanks to Deb for bringing us that. And still to come, after wrapping up second grade, one kid in North Dakota is launching his own sweet business. See how in our local lowdown.
It was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kena Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Moore, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do?
I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Finally tonight, when Carter Reddick heads back to 3rd grade this fall, he'll have quite the story to tell about how he spent his summer vacation. He played baseball and tennis, all while having a sweet business to run. Reporter Kevin Wallivan from our partner station WDAY takes us to West Fargo, North Dakota for our local lowdown.
A familiar song welcomes customers to the mobile Ice Cream Express truck.
But when it comes to ordering, be prepared. The owner just turned 8.
What do you like?
Carter Reddick just finished 2nd grade in West Fargo. But don't be fooled. He is already planning for his future. And he makes a mean shaved ice treat. When Carter turned 8 a few days ago, his parents surprised him with this renovated van, which has been turned into the Ice Cream Express.
It was kind of abandoned at a storage facility. Didn't run, hasn't ran for like 3 years. So me and a bunch of buddies kind of fixed it up for him, got it running.
Carter couldn't believe it. His own ice cream truck.
So it was on the street and I just fell on the grass like I fainted.
So it's not just give it to him. He has to work for it and pay it off. So
his own business.
I like, what in the world? No way.
And it's not just mastering good social skills. Carter is learning all about financial responsibility.
But it's been really fun. It's good to teach him those life lessons. The value of a dollar.
He has to pay dad back for the truck, so a portion of sales go back to me, a portion for inventory, a little bit for college savings. So he's got some budgeting to do for sure.
Carter and his Ice Cream Express travel up and down neighborhoods, but also do a lot of private workplace events like this one at South Point Clinic.
But we have like a bomb pop.
On this day, Carter had sports in the morning and 2 events for ice cream in the afternoon. A lot on his summer agenda. But his college fund tip jar is filling up fast. Plus, after a long day of work in the truck, he, the boss, sneaks a treat for himself. Quality control, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, and you're welcome.
So cool, Carter. Suddenly I'm craving a cherry shaved ice. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Lindsay Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. Have a great night. This is ABC News Live.
Russian family.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We begin with the bombshell ruling from the Supreme Court on affirmative action that will transform how universities select students in this country and upend a key tool to ensure diversity on campus, which has been in place for nearly 50 years. Tonight, some are rejoicing while others are recoiling, calling the ruling a devastating blow to our education system. Here's what happened at the court today. All 6 conservative justices ruled the admissions program at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, which in part relied on race, violate the Constitution. In his majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts said the 2 schools' admissions policies involve racial stereotyping. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented, including impassioned words from Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said, quote, deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. After the ruling, demonstrators took to the steps of the court to show their opposition. Harvard's incoming president is reacting tonight, saying the decision means the real possibility that opportunities will be foreclosed for new students. Tonight, we have you covered every step of the way. We're standing by to hear from people on both sides of this issue, including a group of students and a GOP presidential hopeful. But first, ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran leads us off tonight from the Supreme Court.
Tonight, the end of an era in American law and American life. The Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ending affirmative action in higher education as we know it. Chief Justice John Roberts, joined by the court's 5 other conservatives, declaring that the admissions policies at Harvard and the University of North Carolina violate the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection of the laws. Roberts writing that the school's affirmative action policies unavoidably employ race in a negative manner and involve racial stereotyping. Under the Constitution, Roberts added, eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. But the Chief Justice adding that some consideration of the racial background of an applicant is still lawful in applications essays, for example. Roberts writing, nothing in this opinion should be construed as prohibiting universities from considering an applicant's discussion of how race affected his or her life, be it through discrimination, inspiration, or otherwise, Roberts wrote. Still, he warned, The student must be treated based on his or her experiences as an individual, not on the basis of race. In a searing dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by the court's two other liberals, declaring the devastating impact of this decision cannot be overstated. Ignoring racial inequality will not make it disappear. Sotomayor, who has written about how affirmative action programs helped her rise from the Bronx Housing Project to Princeton University and Yale Law School to the Supreme Court, adding, equal educational opportunity is a prerequisite to achieving racial equality in our nation. Justice Clarence Thomas, who also acknowledges benefiting from affirmative action himself, but who has spent more than 30 years on the court trying to end it, striking a deeply personal note in his concurring opinion. While I am painfully aware of the social and economic ravages which have befallen my race and all who suffer discrimination, I hold out enduring hope that this country will live up to its principles, that all men are created equal, are equal citizens, and must be treated equally under the law. The Constitution, Thomas declared, is colorblind. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson responding in a forceful dissent. With let them eat cake obliviousness, today the majority pulls the ripcord and announces colorblindness for all by legal fiat. But deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. The court's opinion exempts the U.S. military academies from today's ban on affirmative action in admissions, Chief Justice Roberts saying they present potentially distinct interests. That drew sharp sarcasm from Justice Jackson, who retorted, racial diversity in higher education is only worth potentially preserving insofar as it might be needed to prepare Black Americans and other underrepresented minorities for success in the bunker, not the boardroom. Over the course of 45 years since the court first approved the use of race as one factor in college admissions, affirmative action has reshaped life and learning on American campuses. Today, students will reckon with what the Supreme Court has done. Alex Shea, who will go to Brown University this fall, telling us,
it does make me feel a little bit uncomfortable knowing that in that admissions office, when they were deciding whether they were going to accept me, reject me, that they might have been considering my race. Because I think that that's not something that I can control or that anyone can control. I think that it's unfair to judge someone based on that.
And Duke University student Bumi Omaswari.
My identity has to be my race, the struggles that I've gone through, the trauma I've gone through as an African-American woman in the United States. If I were applying to college today, I would have to write about those traumas in my common up essay. I would have to write about those traumas and those very hard experiences for admissions officers to accept the overwhelming truth that we all know, which is that it is hard to be a Black person in America, and I don't think that's fair.
Far-reaching implications here. Terry Moran joins us now from the court. And Terry, certainly monumental change for college admissions, but what could this ruling mean for other areas in American life?
A lot, Lindsay. Today's landmark ruling will have consequences far beyond higher education. And while it does not directly impact employers, say, which are governed by a different statute, its reasoning is a roadmap to challenge diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at so many corporations. And conservative activists are already targeting the hiring practices, promotion programs, and internship programs at major employers like Morgan Stanley, Starbucks, and McDonald's. Lindsay?
And so much can be impacted here. Terry Moran, our thanks to you. And we'll hear more from those students in just a few minutes. President Biden reacted to today's decision, speaking at the White House, to say that discrimination still exists and today's decision does not change that, and adding that, quote, this is not a normal court. Here's ABC's Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
President Biden blasting the Supreme Court, saying he strongly disagrees with today's decision.
The truth is, we all know it. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Today's decision does not change that.
In a statement, former President Obama saying affirmative action allowed generations of students like Michelle and me to prove we belonged. Now it's up to all of us to give young people the opportunities they deserve. Michelle Obama insisting the policy helped offer new ladders of opportunity for those who throughout our history have too often been denied a chance to show how fast they can climb. Adding, my heart breaks for any young person out there who's wondering what their future holds. But former President Trump, who appointed 3 Supreme Court justices and is currently leading the pack in the Republican primary, is now claiming credit for today's ruling, declaring this is a great day for America. People with extraordinary ability and everything else necessary for success, including future greatness for our country, are finally being rewarded. With conservatives in the court now holding a 6-3 supermajority, President Biden asked today if this is a rogue court.
Is this a rogue court?
This is not a normal court.
Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, President Biden is urging colleges to continue pushing for diversity in admissions, but is there anything more that his administration can do?
Well, Lindsay, the president says that this decision cannot be the last word on this, but there really is only so much that the president can do here. What he can do is make this a central issue in the upcoming election, to try and mobilize voters around this, using the court as an example of why elections really do have consequences. Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce for us. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
A lot of Republican presidential hopefuls are happy with today's decision, including Vivek Ramaswamy, who joins us now in studio. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
It's good to see you.
All right, so I want to start out with something you posted on Twitter, saying affirmative action is the single greatest form of institutional racism in America today. Why do you feel that way?
I think by definition, there are institutions that regularly take race into account as a factor on whether or not someone gets a job, or whether or not someone gets a seat in college. By definition, that's institutionalized racism. And I think the Supreme Court made the right decision today to vote on the side of meritocracy over race-based preferences. I think that's a step forward, it's not a destination. As the next US president, if I'm elected, I would eliminate race-based affirmative action in every other sphere of American life as well, including in the economy where it runs rampant today.
So I want to just throw some numbers out there, right? The University of California system banned the use of race in admissions in 1996. In 1996, 7% of the students there were Black. Today, that number is 2%. If you look at University of Michigan, before they passed similar laws in 2006, Black enrollment was 7% by 2021. It was just 4%. So we see clearly what happens. There's a downward trend when it comes to diversity. Is that a good thing?
Well, look, I think what's not a good thing is putting people into positions that they're actually not qualified to have. What this actually should wake us up to is the reality of the failures of early education, K through 12 education, starting at a young age. That's evidence of the fact that many poor Americans, and Black Americans do tend to be poorer than white Americans, for example, do not have access to good public education starting even in kindergarten or first grade. That's where we need to focus. I know that's not an easy solution. I know that everyone's looking for a Band-Aid, but a Band-Aid at the end of the process does not solve the failures early on. So we should worry less about diversity, visually speaking, and more about lifting up everyone to give them equality of opportunity. That's the way I'll lead the country.
But how do you go about giving equality of opportunity when you're saying basically for some people, as you just said, there could be, whether it's socioeconomic, whether it's by race, that we're saying, you know what, we're not going to even consider that in our admissions process when you're talking about there have been decades, centuries, right, of discrimination that has caused that disparity in our education system.
So the reality is, and by the way, I went to public schools through 8th grade. It was racially diverse, majority Black or something close to it. There wasn't a single one of those Black kids that could not have achieved everything that I have in my life. I've lived the American dream. I'm now running for US president. If they had also been given the same privilege that I had, which was 2 parents in the house and a focus on education. There's a crisis of fatherlessness, not just in the Black community, but across America, across multiple races. There's good evidence that people are more likely to end up in poverty, more likely to drop out of high school. Let's address the family structure. Let's deliver school choice. I think that's something that actually does give a lot of Americans, including it's lifted up a lot of Black Americans in the states that have adopted it, allowing families to choose to send their kids to the best possible school they can. That's how we deliver solutions.
I want to read Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's very strong dissent, which I'm sure you've heard. This is good. She said, with the let them eat cake obliviousness today, the majority pulls the ripcord and announces color blindness for all by legal fiat, but deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. What's your reaction to her response?
I understand the criticism. However, I think the right way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to actually stop discriminating on the basis of race, to quote Justice Roberts from an earlier case in the affirmative action saga. I think that we have to at least start behaving in a way that puts meritocracy first. I believe that every child in this country can realize their maximal potential if they're given that equality of opportunity. And it is striking to me that the very opponents of this ruling today, the very proponents of affirmative action, are also some of the most rabid opponents of school choice. That's bad for teachers' union, yes, but it is good for Americans, including those who grew up in impoverished circumstances. So I think there's a lot of hypocrisy to go around here.
Okay, so last question for you, playing devil's advocate here a bit. If we can agree that diversity is better for all of us, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's in the conference room, but we can also agree that with this decision today, we're going to have less diversity. How do you get from one to the other and say that this is a positive step for us when your answer sounds like you're saying, well, if you had two parents in the home, I mean, you can't have any kind of legislation that's going to put two parents in the home.
Well, I think I'll actually push back on you on that. Right now, we're paying many single mothers more money not to have the man in the house than to have the man in the house. And affirmative action, as well as those policies, they were part of the same vision. From Lyndon Johnson, you want to blame a white man for this? He's a good one to start. Passed the Great Society legislation, affirmative action into the law. Actually, the payment programs that I'm talking about. So instead of actually giving incentives that run against family formation, let's instead at least remove those government incentives. And to your point, yes, is there going to be a trade-off in the short run that's all else equal regrettable? Yes, there is. But is it in service of a deeper value of meritocracy? And we're going to solve that problem in a different way by starting with early childhood education and family formation.
Vivek Ramaswamy, really appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let's turn now to a differing perspective in support of using affirmative action in college admissions. We're joined now by author of Entertaining Race and University Professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University, Mr. Michael Eric Dyson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So you just heard Vivek's take there. Your reaction?
Yeah, he's a bright guy. I'm sure he's well-intending, but he is philosophically flawed. At the fundamental root of his argument is a serious contradiction. He keeps speaking about merit as if merit is an abstract conception that is absolute in all situations for all time. If I'm in a boxing ring, striking somebody in front of me is meritorious. If I'm in a home, it is either child abuse or domestic abuse. The act itself is the same. The intent and the consequence are determinative of what is meritorious. So when we talk about race as a merit, race is a merit because race has been used against African American and other minoritized and racialized groups in America for so long. Race must now be a consideration in defense of and to the advantage of those African American people. The Supreme Court in 1857 said, the black person, the Negro, has no rights that a white person is bound to respect. That is deeply entrenched in law. Was that a meritorious argument? The Supreme Court made an argument that fundamentally deprived African American people of their rights. We can't address the need to deal with the remuneration, the reparation, the reconciliation of black people to a just future without taking race into account.
You know, I've heard a lot of critics say, well, you know, that was then, you know, slavery was so long ago. How much longer are we supposed to have these set apart programs for Black people? I mean, as you just heard Vivek say, that all the Black students who went to his public school, they had the same opportunities that he did.
Well, look, how many Lindsay Davises are there? How many Michael Eric Dysons are there? How many Kim Godwins are there? How many people running Fortune 500 corporations? How many people have been president of the United States of America? How many have been senator? On and on and on. What about the housing crisis that continues to besiege American communities, especially African Americans? So when we look at every index of achievement, what the basic value of a Black family is versus a white family, that is not caused by laziness. That is not caused by the lack of if you will, elbow grease. That is caused by systemic barriers that to this day persist in the face of ongoing attempts to render the American scene far more just. So we ain't talking about something way back in the day. We're talking about what's going on right now before our faces.
You've certainly been critical of Justice Clarence Thomas, who's been a supporter of ending affirmative action. And he wrote a rare concurring opinion calling our Constitution colorblind and saying, while I am painfully aware of the social and economic ravages which have befallen my race and all who suffer discrimination, I hold out enduring hope that this country will live up to its principles so clearly enunciated in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, that all men are created equal, all are equal citizens and must be treated equally under the law. Your reaction to that?
Cross but verify. I have a hope as well that America will one day reach its goal. Martin Luther King Jr. articulated that dream in 1963, and he went right from that gathering to try to make certain that American democracy would be realized. He was fighting in Birmingham where 4 girls were blown to their heavenly reward. He faced economic inequality in the Watts and in Chicago. So here is a man who had the greatest hope that America could achieve those goals, but without the elbow grease, without the effort, without the systemic inequities being resolved, without addressing race head on, none of what Clarence Thomas has suggested can possibly come into play.
The case does mention other factors used in admissions at Harvard, including legacy status, recruited athletes, and financial eligibility. Do you think it's fair to keep those in place while taking out race?
Absolutely not. Think about Ira Katz-Nelson, who wrote the book, When Affirmative Action Was White. Let me let people settle in. When affirmative action was white, what was he speaking about? The GI Bill. What did the GI Bill give white America? First of all, it created a white middle class and basically created white suburbia. What did it do? It gave people points on a test to get into school and money to attend. What did it do? It gave them money for housing, because owning a house was an elevator or at least an escalator into the middle class. What did it do? It gave them employment opportunities to be able to get a job. That's the holy trinity of affirmative action. When it is applied to white Americans, it seems to be non-controversial. When applied to African American people, not so much. But race has been a demerit for so long, race must now constitute a merit when addressing the issues of the persistence of racial inequality in America.
Michael Eric Dyson, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Always great to be on. Thank you for having me.
Now to the air quality and heat alerts for about 230 million Americans right at the beginning of the July 4th holiday weekend. The haze from Canadian wildfires reached New York City once again. In Philadelphia, code red is in effect, and Washington, D.C. now has the worst air among the world's major cities. Tonight, that record heat in the south is spreading north and east after taking at least 14 lives in Texas and Louisiana. Here's ABC's Alex Perez.
Tonight, major city skylines disappearing into a shroud of smoke from those unending Canadian wildfires. This time-lapse showing what Cleveland looked like this morning.
This smoke is just making me sick.
Columbus, Ohio, recording its worst air reading ever, 244 on that scale of 1 to 500 at 7 a.m.
The air quality index much higher.
In Pittsburgh, the Pirates delaying today's game against the San Diego Padres. Detroit and Washington, D.C. taking the top spots for the worst air quality in the world. Officials in D.C. and Philadelphia issuing a code red.
It makes me feel nauseous, and I can feel the particles in the air. Last night, I even felt my eyes were watering.
The entire state of New York is under hazardous conditions with respect to our air quality.
New York's governor announcing a plan to send text alerts to residents' phones when air quality is dangerous. Meanwhile, that record-breaking high-pressure heat dome parked over much of the South is spreading from Texas to Florida. At least 14 deaths confirmed in Texas and Louisiana. A delivery driver nearly collapsing on a front porch in Cypress, Texas. Amazon says they reached out to the driver after seeing this, and the driver is okay. That heat fueling these fires burning near Phoenix, and even helping spawn severe weather. These powerful storms south of Chicago, and this massive tornado overnight in Nebraska.
And Lindsay, some rain here in Chicago, and a change in wind pattern is expected to give those impacted areas a break from the smoke as we head into the weekend. But those Canadian wildfires are expected to burn all summer, so we will not be fully in the clear and soon. Lindsay?
Alex Perez, thank you. Also on the move tonight, severe storms. ABC senior meteorologist Rob Marciano is tracking it all for us. Hey, Rob.
Hi, Lindsay. We had a derecho that began early this morning. We had winds gusting to 70 and 80 miles an hour in Kansas and Missouri. That meets one of the requirements for a derecho, which is basically a cluster of damaging storms that has to go at least 400 miles and be 60 miles across. You see this one start this around Lincoln, Nebraska, and then blast through Little Rock or St. Louis and parts of Illinois down through Indiana. Now it's into parts of Kentucky. This was over 600 miles long, and we can still have leftover severe thunderstorm watches in that area. Also, tornado watch out that includes Denver for the next several hours, and more severe thunderstorms, including the potential for tornadoes from Denver, arcing all the way to Nashville tomorrow. That's around that heat dome that's dangerous heat to Texas. Will slide a lot further to the east tomorrow, and that will bring dangerous heat to places like Little Rock and Nashville and Atlanta. These temperatures, in some cases, over 100, measured in the shade. Certainly dangerous stuff. Lindsay?
All right, Rob Marciano for us. Thanks so much, Rob. New fallout after the Wagner Group's rebellion. Sergei Surovikin, one of Vladimir Putin's top generals who reportedly had been having conversations with Wagner Group leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, has apparently been detained, according to a U.S. official. At the same time, former Vice President Mike Pence made a surprise visit to Ukraine, meeting with President Zelensky. Pence becomes the first Republican candidate for president to make that trip. The clashes have continued tonight in France after the police shooting of a 17-year-old during a traffic stop near Paris. Protesters have been torching cars and buildings as they demand accountability for the shooting. Curfews are in place in several cities, and officials say at least 100 people have already been arrested tonight after 150 arrests last night. The teen's mother has called for the marches to continue, while French President Emmanuel Macron urges calm. The officer involved is now in custody. A former sheriff deputy was acquitted on all charges for his alleged failure to act during the Parkland school massacre. Scott Peterson wept in a Florida court as he heard the verdict, while the family members of some of the victims shook their heads in disbelief. Peterson was a school's resource officer and stayed outside of the building while the shooting took place. 17 people were killed that day at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. A grand jury in Texas decided against criminal charges for rapper Travis Scott and other concert organizers in the deadly Astrodome crowd crush. 10 concert goers, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed when the audience rushed the Scott's performance at NRG Park in Houston in 2021. The artist has since said that he was unaware of what was happening. His attorney called the decision a great relief to Travis. Scott is still facing civil litigation. Still much more to get to here on Prime tonight. Coming up, the new details about that Chinese spy balloon that flew over the U.S., what officials have discovered about the technology it used. Plus, a man seen on camera throwing a lit firework at a crowd. Why this is now being investigated as a possible hate crime.
Whenever news breaks,
families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine. Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Line is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Moving from Jerusalem. Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
There's so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
For the worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. With alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning. America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just found out. The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back, everyone. In today's Prime Focus, we're talking to the people who are most affected by today's ruling, students. Romeo Misere is a student at Duke University, and Alex Shea will be attending Brown University in the fall. Thank you both for coming on the show. Romeo, I'd like to start with you. What's your reaction to today's ruling?
I can't say that I'm surprised given the current Supreme Court that we have, but I do worry about what getting rid of affirmative action means for the diversity that we see on campuses, especially schools like Duke University and Brown. People that look like me, who are underrepresented minorities, typically don't find themselves in these universities, and I'm afraid that that's going to be a trend we see continuing in the years to come.
Alex, you have a different take. What are your thoughts?
I think this ruling is a win for America. I think that America, fundamentally, one of our core tenets, which is in our Constitution, in our 14th Amendment, is that we don't treat people differently based on what race they are. And that's essentially what this Supreme Court decision says, is that colleges cannot treat students differently based on their race. And I think that's the right call. I think that's fair, because I genuinely don't understand why a student's race should be a factor in the admissions process, because I think that there are so many better characteristics that we can use to judge students.
Alex, I want to push back for a moment there, because you said we don't treat people differently based on their race. Do you think that that's the reality in America today? Do you think that people get all treated the same despite their race?
Well, I think that obviously there are disadvantages that some people face. And I think I heard the president's speech earlier today, and he was talking about how still, even though this ruling happened, colleges can still consider a student's economic background, the school district that they went to. And I think absolutely those are things that we should consider, because you're absolutely right that we have to have systemic racism that shows how minorities back. And so I think as a result of that, we should absolutely be considering a student's circumstances and how best they were able to capitalize on the opportunities that were accessible to them. And I think that absolutely is appropriate.
Just one more question, and it's a yes or no here. You said in the past there's been systemic racism. Is that to imply that it does not exist today?
Well, I think it depends. I think that affirmative action is, in a sense, systemic racism, and that we're treating students differently based on race.
Blooming, for students whose education was impacted by racial inequities, they might now have to write about their experiences in their essays because they aren't allowed to reveal race on the application. How do you think that that'll impact future college applicants?
I would say that it's going to add another layer to the systemic racism that I believe is very, very alive and well in America, and in college admissions, it's no different. When we think about underrepresented minorities, Black and Latino students in particular, I think that by forcing these students, if they wish to have their race considered, to write about these racial challenges, traumas, and discrimination is making their race the forefront of their identity, which is not fair to these students. And I would also say that there are many, many different factors that what a student cannot control that are still being considered in college admissions.
Well, I just want you to react directly to what Alex had to say, because he said he doesn't think that we should treat people differently based on their race when it comes to, well, in general, but also in particular here when it comes to college admissions.
Well, I would say that I think many people who have been the victims of systemic racism, like myself, would be very, very clear in stating that race and racism is still very, very alive today. And I think that by this ruling, we're going to see more people who look like me unable to get into these schools, not because they aren't good enough to get in, but because these campuses may not be able to maintain their diversity initiatives as well as they could have when affirmative action was still allowed. Even just the idea that it cannot be marked on your application, but it can be deeply and very descriptively written about in your essays makes no sense to me. If we're allowing students to talk about their race, then why can we not allow these students to check a box about their race when they're applying?
Both of you applied and were accepted to universities that did consider race as a factor in their admissions. I'm curious about how that consideration makes you feel. Alex, we'll start with you.
Right. Well, I think obviously I'm a little bit uncomfortable knowing that I got into Brown and that somehow or another my race was a factor. I think that personally I want them to judge me for Alex, my individuality, and I want to be able to portray myself authentically. And I wasn't able to do that.
Blume, your thoughts?
I would say that I am glad that in a holistic admissions process, my identity, and part of that is my blackness. The first thing that people see when they see me was included in my application.
So true.
And, you know, the thing about affirmative action, as we've known it, as Alex and I actually went through, is that by virtue of Supreme Court precedent, it was only to be considered amongst a host of other factors. And so I just feel sad for my underclassmen that are still in high school who won't get to be known by that all-encompassing part of their identity, which, whether we like it or not, in America, race is part of your identity. It's not something that you can separate yourself from.
Boomy and Alex, really appreciate this academic discussion. No doubt it's going to be going on in classrooms and homes for weeks and possible years to come. And we appreciate both of your insights and both of your perspectives tonight. Still much more to get to. Coming up, 4 NFL players are facing substantial suspensions, including possibly being benched for the entire 2023 season, or perhaps even longer. What they're accused of doing. From brands refusing to dress hip-hop artists to luxury fashion houses embracing their style, we take a look at the cultural impact of the genre as we mark 50 years of hip-hop. But next, in the wake of the Supreme Court banning the use of affirmative action in college admissions, we're taking a closer look at what it could mean for diversity on campuses by the numbers.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Moore, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
Russian families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine,
Close to the front line.
from the capital, destructive F4 storms.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
I came out of jail with a plan. I was gonna put every piece of energy I had into music.
Give it up for Kelly.
If I wasn't a musician, I'd be dead. This was my best bet to really have an impact. I'll cry. I need help. You know, I still need help.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
For the worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now. Been a nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning. America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
You never know That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes, there's always a better shot.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right. They don't.
What happened?
I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, George. You're doing good. Oh, yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is The King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000. Yeah. Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
From
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Brewer. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. We're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. As we dig deeper into today's Supreme Court ban on the use of affirmative action in college admissions, we wanted to see what it might mean for diversity on campuses across the country. And here's what we found by the numbers. We can get some idea of what college enrollment may look like without affirmative action by looking at the 9 states where it's already banned. California voted to drop affirmative action more than 25 years ago. Within 2 years, Black and Hispanic enrollment at the University of California system dropped by half. Back then, 7% of UCLA's student body was Black. Today, it's at 2%. That despite the fact that the school has spent $500 million trying to boost numbers. Before Michigan passed a ban in 2006, Black enrollment at the University of Michigan was 7%. By 2021, it was 4%. The school has tried to focus on special preference for socioeconomic status, but that has not proven a perfect proxy for race. And at the University of Washington, minority students made up 7% of the entering class the year that the state passed a ban, down from 8.2% just the year before. Educators say less diverse campuses will hurt all students. A 2019 study by the American Council on Education found that racial and ethnic diversity at school and in the office leads to greater productivity, innovation, and cultural competency. And we still have much more ahead here on Crime and Damage Left Behind after flames race through a renowned jewelry company's flagship store here in New York City. And what a night, the decisions that led one pitcher to a major accomplishment, the perfect game.
What does it take to be America's #1 news? It takes asking the straightforward, tough questions.
Do you believe that Donald Trump should ever be president again? How would your mom feel about your relationship?
Hold on.
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000.
Yeah.
Are you worried about it?
Okay, so this week in democracy, it says, the Supreme Court rejected a radical legal theory that would have given state legislatures nearly unchecked power over federal elections. I told you, voting rights are next. Elections. They've been working on taking away voting rights of certain demographics within the population for over 20 years that I know of. Personally, that I've heard with my own ears, okay? States United served as pro bono counsel to the state of North Carolina in the case, okay? Next. John Eastman relied on deeply flawed statistical analysis in his work to undermine the 2020 election. A Stanford political science professor testified at Eastman's disciplinary trial. After this week, the trial will pause. So you can read that at States United's backgrounder on Eastman's bar trial. Former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani met with prosecutors investigating the attempt to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Giuliani reportedly was asked about the plan to create fake slates of pro-Trump electors and about Eastman's role. A bipartisan group of 72 members of the U.S. House called on the Federal Cybersecurity Agency to help election workers protect themselves against doxing and threats. Fair elections win. States United was immensely proud to serve as pro bono counsel to the state of North Carolina in Moore v. Harper, which was decided this week by the Supreme Court. The case was fundamentally centered on state law and North Carolina's representation of its own institutional interests and the interests of its voters was critical to the court's decision. Okay, so we see who's being targeted. North Carolina a lot. So even in affirmative action, it was the University of North Carolina as well as Harvard that this group, Asian group, targeted. Okay, so the court rejected a radical legal theory that would have given legislatures nearly unchecked power over federal elections. The decision upheld our system of checks and balances, which is fundamental to our democracy. That's John. Yeah, I liked it. I did like John's stuff. Okay. This was a major victory for voters and fair elections, and it further illustrates the crucial role that state officials play in defending them. The party that's against everybody being able to vote, they're not going to stop. They're going to continue, okay? So know that. The decision was also a reminder of the ever-shifting threat of election subversion. Attempts to undermine elections keep coming. I told you. I've been heard about this decades ago. They've been working on this for a long, long time. It says, the decision was also a reminder of the ever-shifting threat of election subversion. Attempts to undermine elections keep coming, and on many different fronts. We'll continue to support the state and local officials who protect the will of the people. Y'all, more of the people need to get registered and also vote. Volunteer during those elections, take those classes, meet your Secretary of State, go to those town halls, run for office. Okay, state of the states. In a Michigan case, a federal appeals court upheld more than $150,000 in sanctions against Sidney Powell and 6 other lawyers who filed frivolous claims trying to overturn the results of the state's 2020 presidential election. In addition to monetary sanctions, a lower court previously ordered the lawyers to complete additional legal education. That's Michigan. Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt was confirmed as Secretary of the Commonwealth, the state's top election official. He becomes the first person from the ranks of the state's county election officials to hold that job. Schmidt, a Republican, was a Philadelphia city commissioner when he refused to cooperate with former President Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 election. In Wisconsin, Republicans in the state Senate moved to force a vote that could remove the state's nonpartisan top election official, Megan Wolf. Wolf is the administrator of the bipartisan Wisconsin Elections Commission, which has a range of responsibilities, including making sure election results are accurate. Yeah. She has repeatedly pushed back against lies about the state's free and fair elections. Uncertainty over Wolf's future comes as state legislators across the country attempt to interfere with nonpartisan election administrations. A democracy crisis in the making. The Washington Post, Justice Department asking about 2020 fraud claims as well as fake electors. The New York Times, prosecutors seek to delay Trump documents trial till December. CNN, judge skeptical of Trump's plea to move New York criminal case to federal court. CNN also, Republicans move to exert new control of election oversight ahead of 2024. It's going down, y'all. It's going down. They feel like this is the press. They feel like the iron is hot for them to strike now. And when I look at the 3 judges who dissented on affirmative action, and who voted for it, the modification of affirmative action. Okay. CNN, judge skeptical of Trump's plea to move New York criminal case to federal court. Republicans move to exert new control of election oversight ahead of 2024. AP, Georgia elections official to speak to federal prosecutors probing Trump's efforts to undo 2020 loss. Pennsylvania's mail-in voting law is upheld again as court rules against Republican challenge. They going for broke, baby. Take pride in your vote. During Pride Month, we're reminded that our democracy is strongest when every LGBTQ plus voice is heard and represented, particularly in states with voter ID laws. Transgender and gender nonconforming Americans often face barriers to exercising their freedom to vote. UCLA detailed this in a 2022 report, and Vote Riders has a state-by-state guide to help everyone vote safely and confidently. Again, Vote Riders has a state-by-state guide to help everyone vote safely and confidently, okay? Okay, so that's the States United team, okay? Oh my God, it's crazy. Let's go back to the news. This is P. Diddy on the screen.
Today, the symbiosis between hip hop and luxury fashion is understandable, often referenced in song lyrics.
Migos, for example, with Versace.
It's apparent why luxury houses now lean into the admiration from artists, but the embrace from high-end brands was painfully slow.
When we first started hip hop, and those fashion houses wanted nothing to do with hip hop. They kind of shunned hip hop.
Back in the days when we were doing the baggy look, stuff like that, and some more of like an inner city look, it was called urban. Another word part saying black people clothing, right?
When hip hop first started, and you had iconic looks from like Run DMC and Salt and Pepper and LL Cool J, they really were like the first people on the ground, like who really had the music and but the fashion as well. Everyone wanted a Kangol hat because LL Cool J had a Kangol hat. Everyone wanted an Adidas tracksuit because Run DMC had an Adidas tracksuit.
Aaliyah's look today is still known. Every girl knows you wear baggy bottoms and a small crop top. That look is still popular to this day.
You think back to, Tifa and what she was serving us when she first came out, and with her UNITY look, and then with Little Kim coming out and women embracing their sexy and feeling confident to not be afraid to embrace their sexuality.
In the late 80s, Run DMC released the record My Adidas, an ode to the three-striped shell-toe sneaker that they specifically wore without laces. The hit, catching the attention of Adidas executives who all of a sudden noticed a spike in sales, spawning the first partnership of its kind. By the 90s, hip-hop was in its golden age, opening up opportunities outside of music.
Hip hop needed a fashion designer to dress those artists when they're coming out, because there was no other fashion houses that paid attention to hip hop. This right here was our first newspaper print design that we did back in 1995.
That's Carl Kanai, universally deemed the godfather of urban streetwear.
Bam.
His eponymous clothing line set the stage for the birth of street fashion.
To have every top icon in the 90s where I ran from P. Diddy, Tupac, Nas, Aaliyah, Michael Jackson, Biggie Smalls, P. Rock Smooth. We knew what they wanted. No one else had our fit. No one else had our colors. No one else had the nostalgia and the signature logo that we had. It was just something so different, so unique that it gravitated to the artists and we gravitated back to them.
Carl became the blueprint for the many brands that would follow.
You had a lot of amazing brands that were birthed out of hip hop, from Coogee to FUBU to Sean John to Rockaware to Baby Fat to Fat Farm.
And with the money flowing, rappers were buying it all in abundance.
Everybody's trying to outdo the next person. It's high school. Oh, yeah. That's what hip hop fashion is.
D-Rock and Kane from the iconic duo the Yin Yang Twins, remember how they spent their first paycheck?
Clothes, shoes, jewelry, golds, chains. When a rapper get his first check, he go shopping and say, I want that. I want that. You're going to buy everything you never could buy.
That includes the most valuable diamonds that money can buy. Bling bling. Vicky Toback captured its importance in her book, Ice Cold, A Hip-Hop Jewelry History.
So in the beginning, when it was really still like the community subculture from the Bronx, the jewelry was a lot simpler. The jewelry is really, these layered gold chains. And then if you follow the progression, when hip hop steps into its power, when labels start forming, the stakes get bigger and bigger.
And so do the chains.
It was playful, like the Rubik's Cube, or different spins. You saw Gucci Mane with, his Bart Simpson chain, which, I think kind of like blew a lot of people's minds.
The first introduction for me into jewelry was when I saw 50 Cent wearing his jewelry and his cross on the cover of Get Rich or Die Trying.
Just a kid in Toronto then, Alex Moss was already becoming a student of the game. Starting his company during the pandemic, at 30 years old, Moss has already designed for some of the biggest names in rap.
Drake, A$AP Rocky, Tyler the Creator, Jack Harlow, Chief Keef, Trippie Redd, Ken Carson, Destroy Lonely, Playboy Cardi.
The originality part of it, right? The uniqueness is really important.
Exactly. You never make the same thing twice. So I won't even do a little iteration of something else.
A one-of-a-kind, like this diamond necklace he created for Drake that represents 42 engagement rings.
This is a custom piece over here.
Yes, it is. This one's actually for Geno Smith. He's a quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. I just recently made it for him.
What does something like that cost?
Something like this?
Yes.
Priceless.
While giving A$AP Rocky an update on a custom piece Moss had completed for him.
The gradient we were working on is almost ready. Almost. Almost ready.
I'm excited. I might be more excited than you, bro.
We talked to A$AP about how he pushes the boundaries when it comes to his personal style, like swapping diamonds for pearls.
I love to play with the lines of,
the gender norms.
I love exploring that, and that's where I feel most comfortable. Doing the things that they say, is unorthodox, unorthodox or right or wrong or incorrect, politically correct. I just don't care. I like to blur the lines, and I'm very daring. And what looks good, right?
Now, it's not just the men. The spectacular opulence also attracting the women in hip-hop, who from the beginning were drawn to a similar aesthetic.
Back in the day, women were sort of limited in their jewelry choices. It was either, the big earrings or like a dookie rope, just like the guys. But now you see, these powerhouse women like Cardi B, like Ice Spice, like Beyonce, they all are our Elizabeth Taylors of today. Like they are collecting on a level where they understand generational wealth, they understand quality.
The ladies aren't afraid to push the limits with jewelry and definitely not with their nails.
So these are the nail station.
It's here in the Bronx we met one of the biggest nail artists in hip hop, the woman behind Cardi B's blinding claws.
I'm Jenny Boy. I'm the queen of bling.
Jenny remembers when she did Cardi's nails nearly a decade ago.
What? She's so exciting about my nail. She never had bling before.
Artists are drawn to her blinding style, born out of her humble beginnings, fleeing war-torn Cambodia.
I come from the poor country. In the poor country, you don't have money to buy the diamond. When you wear my nail, you don't have to wear jewelry. You just get up and go.
She loves me, y'all. My nail lady loves me.
Years later, Cardi, Big Frida,
Frida,
and other influencers making the trek to the Bronx.
Even now, she still comes to the Bronx sometimes. But nobody knows she comes because she's in my private room.
Whether it's the Swarovski bling on Cardi B or the elaborate cartoons on Megan Thee Stallion, each set tells a story. Today, hip hop continues to spawn opportunities for the tastemakers and trendsetters associated with the craft. It's given us the late Virgil Abloh, who left an indelible mark on luxury fashion.
True,
And
may he
paved the
rest
way
in
for his
peace.
successor, Pharrell Williams, who was the newly appointed men's creative director of Louis Vuitton, debuted his first collection in Paris
Long may
this
he
month.
reign.
Hip hop is really such a global dominating business. I don't think anyone who was around when hip hop first started saw that coming.
50 years later, the power of the fan base, the dollar, and the demand, undeniable.
Our thanks to Mona for that. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Lindsay Davis. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us. And coming up in the next hour, new developments from the fallout over the Wagner Group's armed revolt, why a top Russian general has reportedly been detained. And we continue our coverage of the Supreme Court's decision to ban the use of affirmative action in college admissions, what it could mean for the future of education.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, streaming weeknights.
This summer, GMA's popping up all across the country, spreading sunshine and summertime fun in the morning. It's GMA's Rise and Shine Summer Tour. Rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
So, could we be coming to your hometown?
This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000. Yeah. Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
This is ABC News Live.
Russian families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine,
Close to the front line.
from the capital.
destructive. Cat4 store.
I-5.
Often is in the boardroom.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7 straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yes, Whoopi! This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Behind the scenes is always a better sound.
Absolutely.
That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right. They
What happened? I had no idea really what I was getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day.
I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh yeah, baby.
It was crazy.
Behind the table. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We begin with the bombshell ruling from the Supreme Court on affirmative action that will transform how universities select students in this country and upend a key tool to ensure diversity on campus. which has been in place for nearly 50 years. Tonight, some are rejoicing while others are recoiling, calling the ruling a devastating blow to our education system. Here's what happened at the court today. All 6 conservative justices ruled the admissions program at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, which in part relied on race, violate the Constitution. In his majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts said the 2 schools' admissions policies involve racial stereotyping. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented, including impassioned words from Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said, quote, deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran leads us off tonight from the Supreme Court.
Tonight, the end of an era in American law and American life. The Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision ending affirmative action in higher education as we know it. Chief Justice John Roberts, joined by the court's 5 other conservatives, declaring that the admissions policies at Harvard and the University of North Carolina violate the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection of the laws. Roberts writing that the school's affirmative action policies unavoidably employ race in a negative manner and involve racial stereotyping. Under the Constitution, Roberts added, eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. But the Chief Justice adding that some consideration of the racial background of an applicant is still lawful in applications essays, for example. Roberts writing, nothing in this opinion should be construed as prohibiting universities from considering an applicant's discussion of how race affected his or her life, be it through discrimination, inspiration, or otherwise, Roberts wrote. Still, he warned, the student must be treated based on his or her experiences as an individual, not on the basis of race. In a searing dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by the court's 2 other liberals, declaring, the devastating impact of this decision cannot be overstated. Ignoring racial inequality will not make it disappear. Sotomayor, who has written about how affirmative action programs helped her rise from the Bronx Housing Project to Princeton University and Yale Law School to the Supreme Court, adding, equal educational opportunity is a prerequisite to achieving racial equality in our nation. Justice Clarence Thomas, who also acknowledges benefiting from affirmative action himself, but who has spent more than 30 years on the court trying to end it, striking a deeply personal note in his concurring opinion. While I am painfully aware of the social and economic ravages which have befallen my race and all who suffer discrimination, I hold out enduring hope that this country will live up to its principles, that all men are created equal, are equal citizens, and must be treated equally under the law. The Constitution, Thomas declared, is colorblind. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson responding in a forceful dissent. With let them eat cake obliviousness, today the majority pulls the ripcord and announces colorblindness for all by legal fiat. But deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. The court's opinion exempts the U.S. military academies from today's ban on affirmative action in admissions, Chief Justice Roberts saying they present potentially distinct interests. That drew sharp sarcasm from Justice Jackson, who retorted, racial diversity in higher education is only worth potentially preserving insofar as it might be needed to prepare Black Americans and other underrepresented minorities for success in the bunker, not the boardroom. Over the course of 45 years, since the court first approved the use of race as one factor in college admissions, affirmative action has reshaped life and learning on American campuses. Today, students were reckoning with what the Supreme Court has done. Alex Shea, who will go to Brown University this fall, telling us,
it does make me feel a little bit uncomfortable knowing that in that admissions office, when they were deciding whether they were going to accept me, reject me, that they might have considered my race, because I think that that's not something that I can control or that anyone can control. I think that it's unfair to judge someone based on that.
And Duke University student Bumi Omaswari.
My identity has to be my race, the struggles that I've gone through, the trauma I've gone through as an African-American woman in the United States. If I were applying to college today, I would have to write about those traumas in my commentative essay. I would have to write about those traumas and those very hard experiences for admissions officers to accept the overwhelming truth that we all know, which is that it is hard to be a Black person in America. And I don't think that's fair.
Our thanks to Terry for that. President Biden responded to today's decision, speaking at the White House, to say that discrimination still exists, and today's decision does not change that, and adding that, quote, this is not a normal court. Here's ABC's Chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
President Biden blasting the Supreme Court, saying he strongly disagrees with today's decision.
The truth is, we all know it. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Today's decision does not change that.
In a statement, former President Obama saying affirmative action allowed generations of students like Michelle and me to prove we belonged. Now it's up to all of us to give young people the opportunities they deserve. Michelle Obama insisting the policy helped offer new ladders of opportunity for those who throughout our history have too often been denied a chance to show how fast they can climb. Adding, my heart breaks for any young person out there who's wondering what their future holds. But former President Trump, who appointed 3 Supreme Court justices and is currently leading the pack in the Republican primary, is now claiming credit for today's ruling, declaring this is a great day for America. People with extraordinary ability and everything else necessary for success, including future greatness for our country, are finally rewarded. With conservatives in the court now holding a 6-3 supermajority, President Biden asked today if this is a rogue court.
Is this a rogue court?
This is not a normal court.
Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, President Biden is
True.
urging colleges to continue pushing for diversity in admissions. But is there anything more that his administration can do?
Well, Lindsay, the president says that this decision cannot be the last word on this, but there really is only so much that the president can do here. What he can do is make this a central issue in the upcoming election, to try and mobilize voters around this, using the court as an example of why elections really do have consequences. Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce for us. Thanks so much, Mary.
Thank you.
And I want to bring in Rachel Scott, who's covering the race for the White House for us. Republican candidates Nikki Haley and Tim Scott have spoken about their background in race. Rachel, what were their reactions today?
Yeah, even Republican candidates like Tim Scott and Nikki Haley, who have made overcoming adversity a central part of their campaign message, are making it clear that they do support this ruling from the Supreme Court. So former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, who introduced herself on the campaign trail as the daughter of immigrants, says that this decision ensures that every student, regardless of background, can reach the American dream. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, he often talks about his own rise out of poverty. He calls this good news. He says that it should be celebrated across the country, and that praise is rippling throughout the entire Republican field, Lindsay.
Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. And let's bring in ABC News legal contributor Asha Langappa. Thank you so much for your time and joining us tonight. I understand that you think that this ruling is a lot more narrow than many people may think. Explain what you mean by that.
Yes, well, in reading it, I was expecting, for example, that the court might just completely bar any discussion or mention or consideration of race in the admissions process. You can imagine, for example, students not even being able to talk about it in their applications, because then that could become a subjective consideration. Justice Kagan in her dissent says that they're putting lipstick on a pig, but what they're trying to do is saying that race cannot be a proxy for experience. In other words, race standing alone cannot contribute to a school's diversity. However, if a student articulates how race has impacted their experience and perspective, that at the individual review part of the admissions process can be taken into account. I think the bigger issue here is that a school cannot take into account its overall racial composition as it's making its admissions decisions.
You know, I guess I'm asking you really to look at a crystal ball here, and that's unfair in this scenario. But do you think, though, even as it stands right now, that this might lead to less diverse campuses across the country?
I think it's hard to say. It will really depend on how schools implement this process. I can imagine, for example, more applications offering supplemental essays or diversity essays, inviting students to discuss aspects of their background or identity that they think might be relevant to their application. Many schools already do this, actually, but I think we'll see more of that. This will probably impact large schools more than small schools, because to get to some of these diversity interests based on race, they're going to have to really dive into these individual characteristics.
Did anything about the majority opinion surprise you?
I do think that it was interesting that, they were looking at this constitutional test of strict scrutiny. This is a test that's used when there's a race-based classification to determine whether the method that is being used is narrowly tailored to a compelling government interest. And they do acknowledge implicitly that diversity can be an interest. What they disagree with is how you measure diversity. They say that you can't really measure it in any concrete way, which means that, the types of programs that UNC and Harvard had, there's no meaningful way to review whether they're working or whether there can ever be an endpoint.
And what about the fact that the Supreme Court had a carve out for military academies and they are exempt? For what reason?
Well, they were not a party to this suit, and that was surprising to me, because what they are suggesting is that that test that I just mentioned, when racial classifications are narrowly tailored to a compelling government interest, that the government interest in the military academy for promoting our leadership corps in the military, our national security interests, that there may actually be compelling reasons to consider race as those academies are making admissions decisions that are distinct from the ones at universities and colleges across the country. They don't articulate what those could be. They just sort of leave that to the side as something that they're not going to consider.
Asha Mangapa, we so appreciate your insight on this matter. Appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you.
Now to the air quality and heat alerts for about 230 million Americans right at the beginning of the July 4th holiday weekend. The haze from Canadian wildfires reached New York City once again. In Philadelphia, a code red is in effect, and Washington, D.C. now has the worst air among the world's major cities. Tonight, that record heat in the south is spreading north and east after taking at least 14 lives in Texas and Louisiana. Here's ABC's Alex Perez.
Tonight, major city skylines disappearing into a shroud of smoke from those unending Canadian wildfires. This time lapse showing what Cleveland looked like this morning.
This smoke is just making me sick.
Columbus, Ohio, recording its worst air reading ever, 244 on that scale of 1 to 500 at 7 a.m.
The air quality index much higher.
In Pittsburgh, the Pirates delaying today's game against the San Diego Padres. Detroit and Washington, D.C. taking the top spots for the worst air quality in the world. Officials in D.C. and Philadelphia issuing a code red.
It makes me feel nauseous, and I can feel the particles in the air. Last night, I even felt my eyes were watering.
The entire state of New York is under hazardous conditions with respect to our air quality.
New York's governor announcing a plan to send text alerts to residents' phones when air quality is dangerous. Meanwhile, that record-breaking high-pressure heat dome parked over much of the South is spreading from Texas to Florida. At least 14 deaths confirmed in Texas and Louisiana. A delivery driver nearly collapsing on a front porch in Cypress, Texas. Amazon says they reached out to the driver after seeing this, and the driver is okay. That heat fueling these fires burning near Phoenix, and even helping spawn severe weather. These powerful storms south of Chicago, and this massive tornado overnight in Nebraska.
I saw that footage.
Thanks to Alex for that. A former sheriff's deputy was acquitted on all charges for his alleged failure to act during the Parkland school massacre. Scott Peterson wept in a Florida courtroom as the verdict was read, while family members of some of the victims shook their heads in disbelief. Peterson was the school's resource officer and stayed outside of the building while the shooting took place. He faced 11 counts, including child neglect and culpable negligence. 17 people were killed that day at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. So much more to get to tonight.
I heard from a lot of parents who had kids in that area, in that school district.
Tonight, streamlined actor Andrew Coach joins us to talk about Warrior and the connection it has to the legendary.
That's in Florida, honey.
Clashes between police and protesters as hundreds of Paris.
I don't know what to say. That's Florida.
Whenever news breaks.
Families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas, ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the pink line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London, streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1
Hey,
streaming news.
Naomi. You sleepy?
Bring them on. If only there was a place in the morning to start.
What you want to do? You want to go outside?
Somewhere to help you get in the know. A place that's spectacular as well.
I'm taking a test. I'm 70% done.
Oh, wait, there it is. Good morning, America.
Come on, man.
GMA, 7A, every day. Boom. 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 Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning, America. How are you?
Boom. Now that's how you start your day, people.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
What will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I'm Devin Dwyer reporting from Burlington, Vermont. Whatever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. We're tracking several headlines around the world. More than 100 people have already been arrested tonight as violent anti-police protests continue to escalate in France. Demonstrators have set fire to buildings and cars. They're calling for accountability after authorities fatally shot a 17-year-old in the suburb of Paris as he allegedly sped away from police in his car. The officer involved is now in custody. The top Russian general, who had been in conversations with the leader of the Wagner Group before the mutiny has been detained, according to a U.S. official. Sergei Surovikin's exact whereabouts have been unknown following the Wagner Group's weekend rebellion that came within 100 miles of Moscow. And many South Koreans just got 2 years younger. Overnight, officials there are retiring an outdated age counting method that makes people a year or two older than they really are, recognizing a baby as 1 year old at birth and adding another year when the calendar hits January 31st. The country is looking to standardize international ages based on passing birthdays. Time tonight for the latest in our series Streamlined, where we bring you some of the biggest films and TV series hitting screens worldwide, speaking with some of the actors and creators behind them. And tonight we go to the late 1800s in San Francisco, where gang wars are overtaking Chinatown. And one man is caught in the middle as the government cracks down on the Chinese underground and a community trying to create their American dream. Let's take a look at Warrior.
You guys seem to have wandered off Longsy territory. Walk away. Well, you escalated that pretty fast. Usually there's a little more repartees.
And we are joined now by Andrew Koger to talk about the return of the third season of Warrior on Max. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So as we clearly saw just there in that clip, this is an action-packed show based on an era that a lot of people really don't know a lot about. What was that like for you to kind of dig into this history and bring it to life?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that opens your eyes to the period of history in 1878, or the racial tension that was going on in Chinatown, San Francisco, based on the writings of Bruce Lee that he wrote and developed by Jonathan Tropper and the team. It's hopefully a fun and entertaining show, but at the same time, something telling about a period of history that not many people know about. Yeah.
And you talk about, Bruce Lee wrote and developed this idea. Is it kind of surreal to be working on and bringing one of his projects to life?
Yeah, that's always been a strange thing. I never thought that I would be doing it. But yeah, it's the way it's all come about. I mean, Bruce Lee, I was about to give up acting. And it's almost like Bruce Lee, the spirit of Bruce Lee himself, picked me back up and kind of just said, keep going. And with a show like this, I think it's kind of an honor to be part of.
Why are you going to quit acting?
It's a tough industry, this, isn't it? You know? It can be a challenge, especially being when I started 15 years ago, being an ethnic minority in London. There weren't many opportunities. So this is this kind of show. This warrior didn't exist back then. So.
And your character is a martial arts prodigy who leaves China to San Francisco in search of his sister. How would you describe him?
Well, season 1, he's a bit of a hothead, and he comes in, thinks he can take on everyone, and he basically goes on a journey of getting humbled. He's very sharp, and he's very quick-witted, a bit arrogant, but then I think throughout the series it kind of explores what it means to be a warrior, what it means to be a fighter, what it means to have something to fight for and stand for. And I think that's what the kind of character of the Psalms.
Good girl.
Encapsulate.
Child, I just caught a spider trying to jump into my house when I just opened the door for Kitten to go pee-pee. It was trying to jump over the threshold, but it couldn't make it. But it was so trying to get in. And then the bee, it's hot out there, baby. All them critters trying to get in.
Asian representation for the period of history they're trying to tell in this kind of fun. I don't think there's any action scenes like it in TV, and I think in the Hollywood film industry as well, it kind of stands up to those things. But when we learn about the characters, we'll see a different side to him. We'll see him go through different things and kind of be challenged. He's going to decide this season. He's going to decide about what he's going to do going forward.
You talk about it, we see how just action-packed all of this is. You actually have a background in martial arts. What did it take for you to train and actually prepare for this role?
Yeah, like I got my ass kicked basically by all these amazing instructors. His career, his training career.
That's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, thank you. I'm, an actor who's having to pick it back up for the show. But I can only learn a fraction of really what it takes to dedicate your whole life to martial art. I'll still hold my own against a lot of people, but you learn a lot. But then you also learn humility as well, because you get your ass kicked on a regular basis.
Andrew Koji, really appreciate you coming on the show, and we want to let our viewers know that you can stream Warrior beginning today on Max. And still to come, 5 and Fabulous. Meet the mini model turning heads and making her dreams come true.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kena Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, fast, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're going to experience the all-new ABC News app. Now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
She is fierce, fabulous, and only 5. An ambitious little girl in Troy, Michigan is striking a pose on the runway and is getting some big attention for her modeling work. Reporter Alexandra Bahu from our partner station WXYZ has tonight's local lowdown.
In many ways, Amina Brock is like any typical 5-year-old.
I love to play outside on the trampoline.
But she's also got that presence.
Go ahead, Obama.
Mimi's a top model. Amina's grandmother, Lisa Hicks, says her granddaughter caught the modeling bug at just 4 years old.
Go places.
no teaching, Mimi.
She's a natural.
Runway and stole the show. We were so proud. So we saw at that time that she was.
I love Beyonce.
And from there, someone booked her from that show, and it's been a snowball effect ever since. She has been invited to New York Fashion Week. She's been invited to Milan. She's been invited to Chicago. She was invited to the Washington Fashion Week.
For Amia, performing, especially on the runway, is an art she seems to already have down to a science.
So I walk first, turn around, and then pose, 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 and then turn back around.
When I see my little grandbaby on the walkway, it's just like, oh my God. Even if we're in the audience, Mimi is so focused on what she's doing. If I didn't, she would not even look at me.
What do I need to work on?
So you need to work on stop like bouncing.
Oh, stop bouncing. Okay.
You are like how you normal walk.
Yeah.
But walk like slow or fast.
Slowly. Okay.
But pose.
So while she may be little, she's not shying away from those big career dreams.
I want to be a top model. I want to be everything.
Amia has it. I think she said walk, turn around, pose are things for that. And Amia, and looking forward to that bright future.
God
And
bless
thanks so
her.
much for
I
streaming
hope God
with us
protect
tonight.
her. Keep her away from alcohol and drugs and evil people. Have some guardians around her, physically, mentally, and spiritually.
This is ABC News Live.
Family.
Anymore, but you're hearing the committee has a taped deposition of him?
Yeah, the committee, as you know, Diane, has done over 1,000 of these tape depositions. One of those was with Bill Stepien. I'm told it was a rather detailed and lengthy deposition. They have the questions that they would have been asking him at this live hearing on tape at that closed deposition, and you, I am sure, will be hearing extended excerpts of Stepien. And what you're going to be hearing is that Stepien, who was the campaign manager, had told Donald Trump repeatedly, beginning on election night, that his efforts to challenge the results were highly unlikely to succeed. Not just Stepien, but other senior members of that campaign team. I assume you'll also hear from them in some of those tape depositions. So the point here is not just that Donald Trump was lying about the election, but that he knew he was lying about the election. He knew that he had lost the election because that was what he was told by the top people on his campaign. And instead of listening to them, he decided to go with the opinions, the rather wild conspiratorial opinions of his outside legal advisors, people like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell.
So, Rachel, how does this change the committee's plans then and the impact of today if they don't have Stepien in person, but they do have this tape deposition?
Well, listen, Diane, I think this is a delay that the committee did not want. They wanted Stepien to be in the hot seat today. They were looking at him as sort of a star witness. Now, Republican Liz Cheney, who's one of the two Republicans on this committee, she did just speak to reporters saying that the American people will still see new information that they have not heard before because, as John said, they do have those taped depositions from behind closed doors with Stepien that they do plan to play at today's hearing. But still, she is promising that this hearing will be effective. She says that they are committed to bringing this forward and getting this across the finish line, even though Stepien will not be there in person. We're told that his counsel will be giving an on-the-record statement, Diane.
Jonathan, Congressman Jamie Raskin has already said he wants to see the Justice Department investigate any credible allegation of criminal activity on the part of Donald Trump or anyone else. How likely do you think that is to happen, and what could that look like?
Well, you know, that is the big question, and it's a decision that ultimately will be made by the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. You know, for a crime to be prosecutable, you have to have two things happen. You have to prove that something wrong was done, something in violation of the law, and you have to prove that the person doing it in many cases knew that this was in fact a violation of the law, knew that what he was doing was wrong. And that in effect is a point of this hearing, is to show not just that Donald Trump was saying things that were not true, that were disproven about the election, but that he knew full well that they were untrue, and then went and carried out a series of actions that were effectively an effort to overturn those election results, to cling to power. That is a potential crime. Whether or not it's prosecutable, whether or not Merrick Garland decides to do something we've never seen in American history, which is prosecuting a former president, I frankly have no idea. There's no indication yet that the Justice Department has moved in that direction, and I think this committee knows that that's not the only point here, though. Despite what Raskin said, that the point here is to demonstrate for the public the truth about what happened and Donald Trump's responsibility for it.
And John, the other big witness today is former Fox News political editor Chris Stirewalt. He was fired after the network faced backlash for calling Arizona early for Joe Biden. Why call him? What's the committee trying to get at here?
Well, first of all, I think it's interesting to note that of the 5 witnesses scheduled for today, now it is 4. All were Republicans, plus Stirewalt. I don't know if he's a Republican or a Democrat, but he was a longtime political analyst for Fox News. The committee is very much trying to reach out to the people who have come to believe what Donald Trump has said about the election and about January 6th. And they know that the most effective way to do that is through Republican voices, not Democrats, going on and on in what might seem like a partisan thing. So I think part of it is this, Stirewalt was a very respected Fox analyst. He was very much part of Fox's decision-making on election night. As you remember, Fox was the first television network to call Arizona to say that Joe Biden had won Arizona. And Fox, over the ensuing several days, did what all the other networks did, which is ultimately on November 7th declare that Joe Biden had won the election and was the president-elect. So I think you'll hear some discussion of that decision-making and also the pressure that Fox was under, hearing from members of the Trump inner circle, trying to get them to reverse those decisions.
And Rachel Stirewalt, I think just this morning he came out with a blog sort of explaining why he chose to testify today. What do you make of that?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to John's point here when you look at the panel of witnesses about the committee trying to make that appeal to conservative voters, to conservative voices across the country. So you have Stirewalt penning this op-ed about why he decided to show up and testify today at these hearings in a conservative outlet called The Dispatch. And he says that all they could really do was come forward and tell the truth. As uncomfortable as it is for him, he says as a journalist to be sitting in that chair today, he says he didn't really have any other grounds to say no to this. So he wanted to comply with the committee's request, but he does note here that he does not want to ever again feel the wrath that he felt after calling Arizona for President Joe Biden at Fox News. He said that was something that he felt immediately afterwards at Fox News. And I think today, this conservative voice talking about what it was like for him and the pressure that he was under potentially at Fox News to push this narrative from the former president may be interesting, but also may be enlightening to a lot of conservative voters out there.
John, do you think it changes things at all that Bill Stepien, who we now won't hear from in person today, was due to appear under subpoena?
Well, I think that the reason why he was due to under subpoena is because, he still is very much part of the Trump orbit. As a matter of fact, one of the fascinating things about all of this is Stepien is actually a paid consultant to the Trump-endorsed candidate who is running against Liz Cheney in the Republican primary in Wyoming. Liz Cheney, obviously the vice chair of this committee. So Stepien is not a friendly witness, but the committee believes that he did tell the truth in his taped deposition. But he's also not the kind of person who's going to come in voluntarily. But of course, he could have tried, like others in Trump's orbit, to fight this subpoena. He did not. He was subpoenaed and he agreed to appear. Now, of course, He's got a family emergency, so he won't be here live.
And Rachel, thanks to John's reporting, we now know that the committee does have taped depositions of Stepien, so I'm sure we're expecting to see at least some of that today. But we also saw.
I'm finally done.
From former Attorney General Bill Barr and Ivanka
Jesus.
Trump's first hearing. Do you see what
That took forever.
I think we got a small taste of what we can expect over the course of the next several hearings as they play out through the month of June. This is something that the Democrats and the two Republicans on this committee believe is going to be used to their advantage. These taped behind closed doors depositions.
Lord, let who is supposed to see this live see this live. I plead the blood of Jesus over this live. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen.
He said that he did not see anything out there, any sort of evidence that would have suggested that the results could have been changed to tip the election in former President Donald Trump's favor. Now, of course, we know that the former president, continued to ask his aides and allies to look for evidence that just did not exist. And even when he was told that the election was not rigged, that he in fact lost this election, he continued to push this forward. And what Democrats and the two Republicans on this committee say ended with, really just January 6th happening, this attempt to siege and take over democracy. And so I think that's the key point here also that the committee is trying to make, that this is not just about looking backwards, right? This is about also looking forward, looking at how close our democracy was to potentially unraveling, Diane.
All right, Rachel Scott, Jonathan Carl, thank you both. And we will bring you live coverage of today's hearing as soon as it begins. We'll be right back.
I know President Biden is getting ready to speak, so.
Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live TV anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now. It's Elvis Week on GMA with the stars of the movie and Priscilla. Good morning, America. And Chris, Kiki, Antonio, Jeff, Haley, and Pitbull all on GMA.
We know who we are, where we come from, and where we belong.
This is the story of how we lived, how we survived for thousands of years.
We're still maintaining our culture and we're fighting for it, generation after generation.
We're just nasty skills on.
We make it work out here. Something very beautiful about it.
What do you want the world to know about Hunter Biden?
GMA tomorrow.
At what point in your marriage did you realize that Hunter had a drinking problem?
Exclusive.
What has, if anything, Hunter said about you writing this book?
The emotional and deeply personal first TV interview.
This is not a story about who's right and who is wrong. This is my story, the story of Kathleen Buell.
Breaks tomorrow on Good Morning America.
We were creating the perfect Mormon family. And then I fell in love with my friend. Yeah, I'm like stupidly in love with her. Leaving the church was leaving who I was. The lesbian ex-Mormon story is not something that's been shared very much, but I feel like our story needs to be told. Nobody tells you when you're Mormon is that there actually is another way.
The King of the Water is back. Net Geo Shark Fest is celebrating 10 years with 4 weeks, 27 new premieres, on more platforms than ever before. We know sharks. We know experts. Did you give us some really good data? We know you can't get enough. Shark Fest starts Sunday, July 10th.
On Net Geo and Disney Plus.
Friday night on ABC.
The
this is not only a news story, it's a sports celebrity story.
Greed, false trails, cold-blooded murder.
How could you have murdered my son?
Now, shocking new revelations.
Are you kidding me?
All new details.
Just wow.
And now, after 12 long years, there's a verdict, and a grieving mother finally has some answers.
The 2020 event, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
No one was prepared for what would come next.
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
We're coming back on the air right now because we were just learning that those protesters you saw on the Capitol steps just moments ago have now breached the Capitol and now inside the Capitol.
We face what many would view the most direct threat to the grand experiment called democracy in our lifetime.
The horror and chaos and the sadness over what has played out in our nation's capital, even is not seen in modern American history.
From ABC News Live, Attack on the Capitol, the investigation. Here now, Diane Macedo.
Hi everyone, I'm Diane Macedo. Thanks for streaming with us. The second high-stakes hearing on the Capitol insurrection is set to get underway without today's star witness. Bill Stepien, Donald Trump's former campaign manager, is now unable to testify today because his wife has gone into labor. Members of the January 6th committee are still expected to question 4 other witnesses, including former Fox News political director Chris Direwalt. Committee members say today's hearing will focus on establishing that former President Trump and his legal team knew he lost the election, but tried to hold on to the presidency anyway. And we have full team coverage. Let's bring in White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks on Capitol Hill, ABC News political director Rick Klein, along with our ABC News contributors, legal analyst Kim Whaley, former Republican Congresswoman Barbara Comstock of Virginia. Thank you all for being here. Rick, I want to start with you. How significant is Stepien's absence from the hearing today?
It's certainly a curveball. He was the main person that members of this committee wanted to hear from because they felt like he could establish that Donald Trump knew that he lost. That's the whole theme of today's election, is that Trump and those around him knew that he lost, that the campaign manager and top aides around the president all knew that he lost, and he continued to spread misinformation and lies and put together a conspiracy to overthrow the election despite all that. Now, it doesn't mean that all is for naught out of today. We know that Bill Stepien spoke to the committee in taped depositions. We understand from committee members that they're likely to play portions of those to kind of stand in for what his testimony would have been. There's some unpredictability about what exactly he would say. By all accounts, he's still pretty loyal to the former president. In fact, Bill Stepien is on the campaign payroll of the primary challenger who's running against Liz Cheney in Wyoming. So it's not expected that Bill Stepien was going to try to throw Trump and those around him under the bus. But by laying out the facts as he knew them on that night, it would have been a powerful addition to what we've already heard and what we're going to continue to hear around how Trump was told and knew definitively that the election was over.
Mary Alice, how does this change the committee's strategy today?
You know, to Rick's point, I think we're probably going to have a lot more video evidence, a lot more multimedia components to this hearing. They're probably also going to lean more heavily on some of the other witnesses. We're also going to hear from this former Fox political editor who defended the network's decision, Fox's decision to accurately call Joe Biden as the winner of Arizona right after the election day. You know, he claims that he was fired from Fox right after that. And I imagine that the committee's going to lean heavily into his testimony and perhaps even sort of expand upon what he was set to testify. You know, he's going to probably face questions about what some of his other former colleagues at Fox knew about. You know, we've heard names at Fox, big names from Fox come up in previous conversations around the committee's work. Were they texting with the former president? Were they texting with the former chief of staff? They have been such a big part of continuing and being a platform that's allowed, people close to the former president continue with his conspiracy theories, continues with his fraud claims. And then we're expecting a second panel that will have local election officials, some election officials that really tried to investigate claims of fraud but didn't find any. I imagine the committee will again sort of lean heavily on these other witnesses planned for today.
So, Kim, how important is it for the committee to prove that former President Trump knew that these claims that the election was stolen were false? And how do you think they'll go about doing that, especially with Stepien no longer testifying in person?
The distinction between civil liability for money damages and criminal liability
often boils down to this idea of knowledge or intent. So they're laying a groundwork potentially for referral to the Department of Justice, speaking to prosecutors and speaking to the American people about the president's state of mind. Was he aware that this is potentially a crime? Was he taking acts in furtherance of what the Justice Department believes already was a seditious conspiracy? It was a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. We know that because the Justice Department has issued indictments to Proud Boys and Oath Keepers around that. So the big question is who else, if anyone, was involved in that broad conspiracy? Now, as far as the sort of change up today, 1,000 witnesses, prosecutors and lawyers oftentimes have to submit testimony through depositions. If you have a witness who dies before trial, that happens. It's better to have it in real time. People pay more attention, but I don't think this is going to substantially shift the arc of the narrative here, and we will see additional witnesses. I'd like to hear from Bill Barr himself or Ivanka Trump. They might not be willing to even comply with the subpoena, which might be how the committee is deciding who to actually call. Ones that are going to make it difficult, and those that are saying, listen, I will testify even though politically it's not good for me.
Now, Barbara, the committee said several Republican congressmen reached out to the White House after January 6th seeking pardons. What do you make of that?
Well, that certainly was one of the most troubling revelations from the first day of hearings, and you've had numerous members of the committee that have said they have information to that effect, and I imagine they will have. And as for today, having in a past life, I was a chief counsel on an investigative committee in the Clinton years, and I know as the person who had to be in charge of various witnesses, you know exactly what you want to get out of that witness. So I imagine today we will still get the information from the questions they asked Bill Stepien, the answers he gave. It's on video, so that whoever was in charge of that is going to be able, scrambling to put that, they'll still be able to tell that story. And then it's going to be supplemented by people like Chris Stirewalt and Ben Ginsburg and the others who are testifying, who know this was sort of the beginning of the big lie. Donald Trump was told it was a lie, and he perpetuated it. And that's why I imagine people who were involved in his big lie wanted to have a pardon.
Now, Rick, these hearings would look very different if Democrats were not in the majority. They may not even be happening at all. We know that there's a significant number of Republicans who do believe that Donald Trump won that election. Less than 5 months from the midterm elections, can this committee really change minds?
I think the bar for them is to try to present information to the public and even to prosecutors and see what information gets acted on. The idea that you're going to change the narrative for the midterm elections based on this when most of the broad facts have been known for a year and a half, I don't think that's likely. I don't think many Democrats believe that to be the case. They do see it. The White House on down views this as an opportunity to outline the choice before the American people. That if this is not just about last January 6th, but it's about present and future threats to democracy, because there are people still in office or running for office this year that continue to espouse the big lie that former President Trump, if he were to run again, would do so, continuing to lie about the last election. That, I think, is more of where this committee hopes to go in terms of the ultimate impact. And you're right, they've known from the beginning, Diane, that they have a ticking clock. They are not going to exist as a committee almost certainly until after, until as soon as the Republicans take over the House of Representatives. And if they do so, this committee itself may be the subject of an investigation. So they are always mindful of the clock, mindful of the fact that they have to get their work done in enough time to be done before the congressional elections, and let people decide, let prosecutors and let the public decide based on the evidence that's out there, plus whatever else is on people's minds.
Rick, any risk that these hearings end up backfiring on Democrats and galvanize Trump supporters even more?
I think the biggest risk is if they make a mistake or they overstep or if they do something that makes Donald Trump and people around him seem to be the victims here. Trump's going to portray himself as that anyway. He continues to send out statements calling this a witch hunt. People around him continue to campaign on the big lie, including with some elections coming up just tomorrow. But I think where this committee could make a mistake is if they go beyond where the facts are, beyond where the evidence is, become more overtly political than it already is. Bottom line, it's always going to be political. This was about an attempt to overturn an election. You can't divorce politics from that entirely, but you can present the facts. And I think most people who saw it Thursday night saw a committee that was trying to do so in a pretty sober-minded way.
And then, Mary Alice, the committee is set to hear from former Fox News political editor Chris Direwald today. Now, he was fired after backlash, the network faced backlash for calling the state of Arizona early for Joe Biden on election night. What can we expect to hear from him? Why call him?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear him explain the data, what he saw in the days right after the election, what led Fox to make that call, why he defended it. And then he, of course, claims that he was fired. So I imagine he's going to talk about the blowback he felt around Washington, from within Fox, perhaps. And it would be very interesting if he talks about any personal blowback, personal pressure that he felt from someone in Trump's orbit. He's going to clearly face questions like that. Interesting too, I want to note that we're getting a little bit more information about what we can expect to hear from Bill Stepien's counsel, who is going to testify in his place, who is going to be there in his place. And he's saying that he's going to lay out how Bill Stepien was a knowledgeable political operative, that he followed the data and advised the president, former president, about exactly what he saw. That was the counsel for Bill Stepien walking into the hearing room and talking to reporters on his way in. Again, this first panel, like we've been talking about all morning, the committee really wanting to devolve into what exactly the numbers showed. Was President Trump told that he just did not have the votes? The numbers showed he had not won, that he had lost fair and square. And what did he decide to do with that information? What did he choose to do if so many people around him were telling him that?
And Kim, we'll also hear from a former election official in Philadelphia who defended the integrity of the election results there. What are you looking for in that testimony?
Well, across all of these witnesses, the question, as for any jury trial, is who is credible? Who sounds like they're telling the truth? An election official from within the state sort of ranks doesn't really have much incentive beyond just doing his or her job. So I think hearing from that person about the steps, the auditing procedures that are in place in every state, I don't think people understand. Fraud is very hard to pull off an election, and it's also already a crime under federal and state law. So it happens so rarely. So to hear from this person how this went, how they were very careful, how they made sure that it was accurate, and then perhaps how they felt pressured to thwart the election results, could persuade some people that this is not actually fraud, that this is a legitimate process and it's worth preserving.
And Mary Alice, the other witness here, the former Attorney General who was defending the election integrity as well, how crucial will that testimony be today?
Yeah, I think Kim makes such an important point. In talking to these election officials, it reminds the American people that elections are done at the local level. That's part of what actually makes them very safe, very fraud-proof, is that every city, every state, every county has their own election process, their own set of rules, that it would be incredibly hard to hack computers, for example, all across the country. So I think it is important to sort of ground the conversation again in the facts about, just like Kim said, about how exactly we run elections in this country, and that these civil servants, these public servants, were just trying to do their job. And I was told by committee aides last night that they also want to have these witnesses explain that their teams actually did look into claims of fraud, did look into some of these accusations that they were hearing. They wanted to be thorough, but they just didn't find any evidence of widespread fraud.
And I want to quickly correct myself. I said former Attorney General, I meant U.S. Attorney. So, Rick, as we head into these hearings, what are some of the key points that you're looking out for?
The committee wants to establish that Trump knew he lost. Anything they can do in that direction, that he and people around him knew it was over, and then continue to start spread a conspiracy to try to overthrow the election afterward. That is vital to today's testimony. That is the bar that they're trying to clear today as they lay out what is an elaborate series of hearings that gets at that fundamental fact.
So again, we are taking a live look there at the committee room, where we are set in just a few minutes to start hearing testimony on the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Today's star witness, Bill Stepien, former Trump campaign manager, will not be testifying today because his wife went into labor. We will likely hear taped depositions from Bill Stepien, and we'll still hear from the day's other witnesses, including former Fox News political director Chris Direwald. The committee's mission today is to try to show that former President Trump and his legal counsel knew that he lost the election, and that they still then tried to claim victory. Anyway, the committee will again be using the collection of hearings to try to show.
This is an ABC News special report.
It was carnage. It was chaos.
After a bombshell hearing Thursday night.
January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup.
Right now, the committee makes its case.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
Attack on the Capitol, the investigation. Now reporting David Muir.
And good morning. We're coming on the air this morning because the January 6th committee is about to gavel back into session, the first of 3 hearings this week investigating the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. 20 million Americans watched their first primetime hearing late last week. The committee continues to lay out the findings of their nearly year-long investigation into the January 6th attack, who knew what and when, including former President Trump. The members are set to file into the chamber after presenting their first evidence about the Capitol riot in that first primetime hearing. Members today are focusing on the immediate aftermath of the 2020 election and former President Trump's efforts to remain in power, insisting the election was stolen, despite several members of his inner circle telling him he had lost and that there was no evidence to back any notion of a stolen election. You can see the chair of the committee, the vice chair, walking in. There's already news this morning, even before this hearing starts. One of the key witnesses this morning will not be testifying as scheduled. Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien, notified the committee of the family emergency this morning. Our team learning that emergency is that his wife has gone into labor. Of course, we wish her well. And Mr. Stepien, his attorney, will make a statement. There was a detailed deposition, and we'll hear that instead. Let's listen to the chair, Benny Thompson, of course, Democrat of Mississippi, about to gavel back into session. This is their second hearing, the first during the day and the first of 3 this week. Let's listen. Is full. Here we go.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good morning. Last week, the Select Committee laid out a preview of our initial findings about the conspiracy overseen and directed by Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election and block the transfer of power, a scheme unprecedented in American history. My colleagues and I don't want to spend time talking about ourselves during these hearings, but as someone who's run for office a few times, I can tell you at the end of a campaign, it all comes down to the numbers. The numbers tell you the winner and the loser. For the most part, the numbers don't lie. Mm-hmm. But if something doesn't add up with the numbers, you go to court to get resolution.
They're about to correct this whole shebang-a-bang.
That's what it means.
They went too far. They went too far yesterday. It's about to go down.
Numbers aren't just numbers.
They went too far.
They're votes. They're your votes.
They're about to get them.
And the voice of the people.
Well,
and the very least we should expect from any person seeking a position of public trust is the acceptance of the will of the people. Win or lose. Donald Trump didn't. He didn't have the numbers. He went to court. He still didn't have the numbers. He lost. But he betrayed the trust of the American people. He ignored the will of the voters. He lied to his supporters and the country. And he tried to remain in office after the people had voted him out. And the courts upheld the will of the people. This morning, we'll tell the story of how Donald Trump lost an election.
Mr. Thompson.
And knew he lost an election. And as
Chairman,
a result of his loss,
Benny Thompson.
To wage an attack on our democracy. An attack on the American people by trying to rob you of your voice in our democracy. And
y'all gonna learn today.
That led to the horrific violence of January 6th.
I hate being in trouble myself. Don't you, Lou? I don't like getting in trouble.
By
I don't like it.
Stop the transfer of power.
They in trouble
Today,
now.
My colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren, and our witnesses will detail the select committee's findings on these matters. But first, I will recognize our distinguished vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement.
Oh, there go Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Last week, as the chairman noted, our committee began outlining a 7-part plan overseen by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we will begin looking at the initial part of that plan. President Trump's effort to convince millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him by overwhelming fraud.
This was a
The
setup.
federal court has already reviewed elements of the committee's evidence on this point and said
Look
this:
how ready they look.
in the months
This was a
following the
setup.
election, numerous credible sources from the president's inner circle to agency leadership and statisticians informed President Trump and Dr. Eastman that there was no evidence of election fraud, close quote, sufficient to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
Oh
The
my
court's opinion
God.
methodically documents each of the principal reasons for that conclusion, and I would urge all those watching to read it. Today, we will begin to show the American people some of our evidence. Today, you will hear much more from former Attorney General Bill Barr's recorded testimony, and you will hear in greater detail what others in the department told President Trump, that his claims of election fraud were nonsense. You will also hear much more from President Trump's own campaign experts, who had also concluded that his fraud claims could not be supported. Let me focus briefly on just 3 points now. First, you will hear firsthand testimony that the president's campaign advisors urged him to await the counting of votes and not to declare victory on election night. The president understood even before the election that many more Biden voters had voted by mail because President Trump ignored the advice of his campaign experts and told his supporters only to vote in person. Donald Trump knew before the election that the counting of those mail-in ballots in several states would not begin until late in the day and would not be complete for multiple days. This was expected, reported, and widely known. You will also hear testimony that President Trump rejected the advice of his campaign experts on election night and instead followed the course recommended by an apparently inebriated Rudy Giuliani to just claim he won and insist that the vote counting stop, to falsely claim everything was fraudulent. He falsely told the American people that the election was not legitimate. In his words, quote, a major fraud. Millions of Americans believed him. Second, pay attention to what Donald Trump and his legal team said repeatedly about Dominion voting machines. Far-flung conspiracies with a deceased Venezuelan communist allegedly pulling the strings. This was, quote, complete nonsense, as Bill Barr said. President Trump's own campaign advisors, his Department of Justice, and his cybersecurity experts all told him the same thing. Here, for example, is White House lawyer Eric Hirschman. His view was shared by many of the Trump team whom we interviewed.
I thought the Dominion stuff was, I never saw any evidence whatsoever to sustain those allegations.
And third, as Mike Pence's staff started to get a sense for what Donald Trump had planned for January 6th, they called the campaign experts to give them a briefing on election fraud and all the other election claims. On January 2nd, the general counsel of the Trump campaign, Matthew Morgan, this is the campaign's chief lawyer, summarized what the campaign had concluded weeks earlier, that none of the arguments about fraud or anything else could actually change the outcome of the election.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinant? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determined.
As is obvious, this was before the attack on the Capitol. The Trump campaign legal team knew there was no legitimate argument, fraud, irregularities, or anything to overturn the election. And yet President Trump went ahead with his plans for January 6th anyway. Mr. Chairman, hundreds of our countrymen have faced criminal charges. Many are serving criminal sentences because they believed what Donald Trump said about the election, and they acted on it. They came to Washington, D.C. at his request. They marched on the Capitol at his request. And hundreds of them besieged and invaded the building at the heart of our constitutional republic. As one conservative editorial board put it recently, quote, Mr. Trump betrayed his supporters by conning them on January 6th. And he is still doing it. Another conservative editorial board that has long supported President Trump said last week, Donald Trump, quote, won't stop insisting that 2020 was stolen, even though he has offered no proof that that is true. And this, Donald Trump now, quote, clings to more fantastical theories, such as Dinesh D'Souza's debunked 2,000 mules, even as recounts in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin confirm Trump lost. Those are the correct conclusions to draw from the evidence gathered by this committee. We have much more evidence to show the American people on this point than we can reasonably show in one hearing. But today, we will begin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our opening hearing, we gave an overview of our investigation into the January 6th attack. The plot to overthrow the election was complex and had many parts, which we'll explore in remaining hearings. But today, we examine the false narrative that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Former President Trump's plan to overturn the election relied on a sustained effort to deceive millions of Americans with knowingly false claims of election fraud. All elements of the plot relied on convincing his supporters about these false claims. Today, we'll demonstrate the 2020 election was not stolen. The American people elected President Joe Biden. We'll present evidence that Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud were false, that he and his closest advisors knew those claims were false, but they continued to peddle them anyway, right up until the moments before a mob of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. We'll also show that the Trump campaign used these false claims of election fraud to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from supporters who were told their donations were for the legal fight in the courts. But the Trump campaign didn't use the money for that. The big lie was also a big ripoff. The former president laid the groundwork for these false claims well in advance of the election. As early as April 2020, Mr. Trump claimed that the only way he could lose an election would be as a result of fraud.
You know the things with bundling and all of the things that are happening with votes by mail, where thousands of votes are gathered, and I'm not going to say which party does it, but thousands of votes are gathered and they come in and they're dumped in a location, and then all of a sudden you lose elections if you think you're going to win.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election.
This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
Mr. Trump decided even before the election that regardless of the facts and the truth, if he lost the election, he would claim it was rigged. Mr. Trump was right about one thing. It did not end well. On election night, Mr. Trump claimed even before the votes were counted that his loss was a result of fraud. On Thursday, we had testimony from Attorney General Barr about the Department of Justice investigation of Mr. Trump's fraud claims. Barr told Trump directly that his claims were BS. Yet, after hearing the truth and that warning from the AG, Mr. Trump continued to peddle the false claims of fraud. You'll hear detailed testimony from Attorney General Barr describing the various election fraud claims the Department of Justice investigated. He'll tell you how he told Mr. Trump repeatedly that there was no merit to those claims. Mr. Barr will tell us that Mr. Trump's election night claims of fraud were made without regard to the truth and before it was even possible to look for evidence of fraud. Attorney General Barr wasn't alone. You'll see and hear today other Department of Justice officials and senior advisors to Mr. Trump that they told him the claims he was making were not supported by evidence. The election fraud claims were false. Mr. Trump's closest advisors knew it. Mr. Trump knew it. That didn't stop him from pushing the false claims and urging his supporters to, quote, fight like hell, to, quote, take back their country. After he lost the election, various legal challenges were made. You'll hear testimony today from a renowned Republican election litigation lawyer who will explain the normal process by which candidates challenge an election. Rather than accept the results of the election and the decisions of the courts, Mr. Trump pursued a different strategy. He tried to convince the American people the election had been stolen. Many of his supporters believed him, and many still believe him today. The attack on January 6th was a direct and predictable result of Mr. Trump's decision to use false claims of election fraud to overturn the election and to cling to power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now welcome our first witness. We're joined today by former Fox News politics editor Chris Stilwell. Bill Stepien, President Trump's former campaign manager, was subpoenaed to be here and was in Washington this morning, prepared to testify. Kevin Marino, Mr. Stepien's attorney, is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Marino, for coming. And he has advised us that Mr. Stepien's wife went into labor this morning. Mr. Stepien unexpectedly had to travel to be with his wife, and we wish him the best. Due to the depth and rigor of our investigation, we have several hours of Mr. Stepien's testimony from when we interviewed him in February. We will be presenting that testimony today. I'll now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise his right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. I want to start by showing a video that tells the story of what was going on in the Trump White House on election night in November of 2020.
Do you remember where you were on the night of the election, November the 3rd?
I was at the White House.
You know where specifically over the course of that night you spent your time within the White House?
There was an event that was organized in the residence, so I moved between the residence, a room sort of off the residence where some family members were.
I take it the president was upstairs in the residence.
He was upstairs. We were kind of on the first floor, so not upstairs. With mostly with Ivanka and her brothers and a couple other people who'd be coming in and out.
Can you just describe the atmosphere? What were people expecting that night when you got to the White House?
I think that there was, typically for people who show up there on election night, it's going to be a self-select
more positive environment. And I think people were a little bit nervous, not knowing what was going to happen with the red wave or the red mirage as the debate was being carried out.
The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign.
Arizona's called. Do you remember that? I do. What do you remember happening where you were when Arizona was called?
There was surprise at the call.
Who was surprised?
Most everyone in the room.
Were you being one of them?
Yes.
Did that shift the atmosphere, the attitude in the White House?
Completely.
Also, can you describe that?
Because Fox News was the first one to go out and say that.
So was it anger kind of directed towards Fox News for making a call more so than a disappointment that maybe the campaign lost Arizona?
All the above.
So both anger and disappointment.
Both disappointed with Fox and concerned that maybe our data or our numbers weren't accurate.
Were you in the White House residence during the sort of past midnight into the early morning hours of November 4th?
Yes, oh sure, it went over beyond midnight, yes.
Do you remember Rudy Giuliani being at the White House on election night and into the early hours the next morning?
I do.
What do you remember about when he came?
He was, I had heard that he was upstairs, in that aforementioned reception area. And he was looking to talk to the president. And it was suggested instead that he come talk to several of us down off the map room.
You said that you had heard that Mr. Giuliani wanted to talk to the president and then he was directed your way. Did you end up talking to Mr. Giuliani when he was directed your way?
I did.
What was that conversation?
A lot of conversations were directed my way. A few of us, myself, Jason Miller, Justin Clark, and Mark Meadows, gathered in a room off the map room to listen to whatever Rudy presumably wanted to say to the president.
Was there anyone in that conversation who, in your observation, had too much to drink?
Where Giuliani?
Tell me more about that. What was your observation about his potential intoxication during that discussion about what the president should say when he's addressed the nation on election night?
And the mayor was definitely intoxicated, but I did not know his level of intoxication when he spoke with the president, for example.
Were you part of any discussions with the people I mentioned, Mr. Steffi and Mr. Meadows, or anyone else, about whether the president should make any sort of speech on election night?
I spoke to the president. They may have been present, but President spoke to the president several times that night.
There were suggestions by, I believe it was Mayor Giuliani, to go declare victory and say that we won it outright.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that.
I remember saying that, to the best of my memory, I was saying that we should not go and declare victory until we have a better sense of the numbers.
Okay, can you be more specific about that conversation, in particular what Mayor Giuliani said, your response, and then anybody else in the room's response?
I think effectively Mayor Giuliani was saying, we won it, they're stealing it from us, where all the votes come from, we need to go say that we won. And essentially that anyone who didn't agree with that position was being weak
What was your view at the time as to what he should or shouldn't say?
I don't know that I had a firm view as to what he should say. And in that circumstance, the results were still being counted. It was becoming clear that the race would not be called on election night.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race. But, we, proud of the race we ran, and we, think we're in good position. And we'll have more to say about this, the next day or the next day, whenever we have something to say.
And did anybody who was a part of that conversation disagree with your message?
Yes.
Who was that?
The president disagreed with that. I don't recall the particular words. He thought I was wrong. He told me so. And, that they were gonna, go he was gonna go in a different direction.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Mr. Steinwall, did President Trump have any basis to declare victory on November 4th, 2020? Thank you. Mr. Stepien also testified that President Trump had no basis for declaring victory at that point in time.
My belief, my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race. But, we, proud of the race we ran, and we, think we're in good position. And we'll have more to say about this, the next day or the next day, whenever we have something to say.
Thank you. Mr. Steinwall, after the votes were counted, who won the presidential election of 2020?
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. of the great state of Delaware.
Thank you. That's the bottom line. We've had an election. Mr. Trump lost, but he refused to accept the results of the democratic process. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinwall, I'd like you to explain a term that was thrown around a lot during the election, and that's the so-called red mirage. What does that mean?
So in the 40 or 50 years, let's say, that Americans have increasingly chosen to vote by mail or early or absentee, Democrats prefer that method of voting more than Republicans do. So basically in every election, Republicans win election day and Democrats win the early vote. And then you wait and start counting, and it depends on which ones you count first, but usually it's election day votes that get counted first. And you see the Republicans shoot ahead, and then the process of bailing and binding and unbinding all those mail-in votes. And some states like Pennsylvania refuse to count the votes first, so you have to wait for all of that to come in. So in every election, and certainly a national election, you expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead. When you put together a jigsaw puzzle, it doesn't matter which piece you put in first. It ends up with the same image. So for us, who cares? But that's because no candidate had ever tried to avail themselves of this quirk in the election counting system. We had gone to pains And I'm proud of the pains we went to make sure that we were informing viewers that this was going to happen, because the Trump campaign and the president had made it clear that they were going to try to exploit this anomaly. And we knew it was going to be bigger because the percentage of early votes was higher, right? We went from about 45% of the votes being early and absentee to, because of the pandemic, that increased by about 50%. So we knew it would be longer, we knew it would be more. So we wanted to keep telling viewers, hey, look, the number that you see here is sort of irrelevant because it's only a small percentage of these votes.
So this red mirage, that's really what you expected to happen on election night.
Happens every time.
Thank you, Mr. Steyerwalt. Now, I'd like to play a clip of Attorney General Bill Barr, who also explains what was expected to happen on election night.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. It seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks and everyone understood for weeks that that was going to be what happened on election night.
Mr. Stepien obviously could not be with us today, and it's proper for him to be with his wife as they welcome their child. But he also had discussions with the president about the red mirage. That is, that it would be a long night and that early votes would favor him, but that lots more votes would be counted over the course of the night and the days after. So let's play clip 1 from our interview with Mr. Stepien.
I recounted back to that conversation with him, in which I said, just like I said in 2016 was going to be a long night. I told him in 2020 that it was going to be a process again, as the early returns are going to be positive, and we're going to be watching the returns of ballots as they rolled in thereafter.
So is it fair to say you're trying to present what you thought would be a realistic picture of what might happen over the course of that night, being election night?
That night and the days that followed. Yeah, I always told the president the truth, and I think he expected that from me, and I told him it was going to be a process. It was going to be, we're going to have to wait and see how this turned out. So I just like I did in 2016, I did the same thing in 2020.
So let's watch a short clip of President Trump speaking after he received that information from his campaign advisors.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
So when former President Trump said that, it contradicted what his advisors had warned would happen. We all know that mail-in ballots played an important role in the 2020 election. However, President Trump continuously discouraged mail-in voting. Mr. Stepien was so concerned about the president's position on mail-in voting that in the summer of 2020, he met with President Trump along with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Let's play clip 4.
Meeting that was had, in particular, I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting not to be a bad thing for this campaign. But the president's mind was made up, and he understands, how many times to, go to the well on a particular topic.
Yeah, I understand. Tell me a little bit more about the argument that you and Mr. McCarthy made to the president in that meeting as to why it wasn't a bad thing that mail-in voting was available.
Largely two pillars to that argument, both of which I've previously mentioned. One, leaving a good deal to chance, pushing or urging your voters to vote only on election day leaves a lot to chance. That's A. And B, I've also previously mentioned the fact that the Trump campaign, Republican National Committee, Republican Party had an advantage of grassroots workers and volunteers on the ground that would allow, an advantage to enhance return rates of ballots that were held. Those were the two pillars of the argument.
I see. And what, if anything, do you recall Representative McCarthy saying during that meeting?
We were echoing the same argument. I mean, his words echoed mine and vice versa on those two topics.
Mr. Starwall, you were at the decision desk at Fox News on election night, and you called Arizona early for President Biden, which was controversial. How did you make that call, and where did you think the race stood in the early hours of the next day?
Well, it was really controversial to our competitors who we beat so badly by making the correct call first. Our decision desk was the best in the business, and I was very proud to be a part of it. Because we had partnered with the Associated Press and the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago, thanks to my colleague and friend Arnon Mishkin, had built a wonderful device for forecasting the outcomes of elections. So we had a different set of data than our competitors did. We had more research and we had a better system and we had a great team. So what you're waiting to see is, do the actual votes match up with the expectations in the poll? The real votes are testing the quality of your poll in targeted precincts and in targeted places. And let me tell you, our poll in Arizona was beautiful. And it was doing just what we wanted it to do. And it was cooking up just right. And at some point, and I forget exactly who, but at some point it became clear that Arizona was getting ready to make a call. So we my boss, Bill Salmon, said, we're not making any call until everybody says yes, because that was always our policy, unanimity. And you have to understand, in this room, you have, the best people from academia, Democrats, Republicans, a broad cross-section of people who had worked together for a decade, who were really serious about this stuff. So we knew it would be a consequential call because it was one of 5 states that really mattered, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona were the ones that we were watching. We knew it would be significant to call any one of those 5, but we already knew Trump's chances were very small and getting smaller based on what we had seen. So we were able to make the call early. We were able to beat the competition. We looked around the room, everybody says yay, and on we go. And by the time we found out how much everybody was freaking out and losing their minds over this call, we were already trying to call the next state. We had already moved on. We were in Georgia, we were in North Carolina, we were looking at these other states. So we thought we were pleased, but not surprised.
I see. After the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None. I mean, I guess it's always possible that you could have, a truckload of ballots be found somewhere, I suppose. But once you get into this space, ahead of today, I thought about what are the largest margins that could ever be overturned by a recount, and the normal kind of stuff that we heard Mike Pence talking about, sounding like a normal Republican that night when he said, we'll keep every challenge. Nothing like that. In a recount, you're talking about hundreds of votes. When we think about calling a race, one of the things that we would think about is it outside the margin of a recount? And when we think about that margin, we think about, in modern history, you're talking about 1,000 votes, 1,500 votes at the way, way outside. Normally, you're talking about hundreds of votes, maybe 300 votes that are going to change. So the idea that through any normal process in any of these states, remember, he had to do it thrice, right? He needed 3 of these states to change. And in order to do that, I mean, you're at an infant, you're better off to play the Powerball than to have that come in.
On November 7th, the other major news outlets called the race for President Biden. Now, Mr. Stepien told the committee that he thought the odds were, and this is a quote, very, very, very bleak, and held a meeting with the president that same day. Let's show clip 8, video clip 8.
With each day that we're on, I mean, the trajectory of the race, on election night, Trump ahead in many states, and as that week wore on, as the 3rd became the 4th, became the 5th, and so on and so forth, and the vote by mail ballots were tabulated, Trump's lead, grew more narrow, and in some places, Biden surpassed, Trump in the vote totals. So as the week wore on, as we paid attention to those numbers multiple times a day, internally, I was feeling less confident for sure.
What was your view on the state of the election at that point?
Very, very, very bleak. We told him, the group that went over there outlined, my belief in chances for success at this point, and then we pegged it at 5, maybe 10% based on recounts that either were automatically initiated or could be initiated based on realistic legal challenges, not all the legal challenges that eventually were pursued. But it was my belief is that it was very, very 5 to 10%. It's not a very good optimistic outlook.
Now, as President Trump and others continued to claim that the election was stolen, there were lawyers who were a part of the campaign lawyers who were responsible for investigating the fraud claims. That includes Alex Cannon, who could not validate the claims that were being made, including those being made by the president. Let's roll video 13.
This is an email. It's 2 emails, actually. The first is from Alex Cannon to you and Faith McPherson. And then you forward that email on to Mark Meadows, Justin Clark, and Jason Miller, the subject being AZ federal ID voters. If you look at the original email there, it says, Bill, we completed the AZ analysis you requested. I assume that's about Arizona. And because of the substantial uncertainty surrounding the databases, this is a highly unreliable way to identify ineligible voters. Can you explain the task that you gave to Ms. Cannon for this Arizona analysis?
Sure. Previously, I described some of my frustration with some of the claims that people would throw at President Trump regarding, need to look at this, this happened in this state, or that happened in that state. And it would be, those would flow to us to look into. I talked about that before, I think.
Yeah.
This is an example of that. I recall in Arizona, someone had thrown out, I believe this to be the claim, that there were thousands of illegal citizens, people not eligible to vote, hadn't cast their ballots in Arizona. Someone had thrown out that claim to President Trump. And with, the margins being as close as they were, as I previously described, that could potentially matter. So this wild claim is thrown out, which, on its face didn't seem, realistic or possible to me. I asked Alex to look at the claim, and I haven't read this full email, but I recall the response to that. The reality of that was not illegal citizens voting in the election. It was like overseas voters voting in the election. So obviously, people who were eligible to vote.
When these findings were passed up the chain to President Trump, he became frustrated and he replaced the campaign's legal team. Let's play clip 2.
I think the president, it was during the second week where things like you displayed were occurring, where he was growing increasingly unhappy with his team, me, less so because I was less involved at this point, but still me, growing increasingly unhappy with Justin Clark, and that kind of, paved the way for, Justin to be moved out and Mayor Giuliani to be moved in as the person in charge of, the legal side of the campaign, and for all intents and purposes, the campaign.
Now, when Mr. Stepien became campaign manager, he was the second from campaign manager for the 2020 race, and there were only about 115 days until Election Day. So let's play the video.
I inherited a campaign that was, the day I was hired was President Trump's low point in the 2020 daily average polling against President Biden. It was a campaign at a low point in the polls. It was structurally and fiscally deficient.
Stop, Mo. Stop
there
that,
was
Mo.
a great deal wrong with the campaign in both of those areas. So most of my day spent fixing what, I think I took over 115 days left in the campaign. Most of my time spent fixing the things that could be fixed with 115 days left in the campaign.
Now, Mr. Stepien has been in the campaign field for a long time, and he worked for lots of different candidates and campaigns. He testified to this committee about his concerns given the claims that Mr. Giuliani and Ms. Powell and their team were making publicly. Let's play clip 15.
Okay, and it was important for you, Mr. Stepien, to sort of pull back just for your own professional reputation. You didn't want to be associated with some of what you were hearing from the Giuliani team and others that sort of stepped in and went
I didn't mind being categorized. There were two groups of them. We called them kind of my team and his team. I didn't mind being characterized as being part of Team Normal, as reporters, kind of started to do around that point in time. I said, hours ago, early on, that, I've been doing this for a long time, 25 years, and I've spanned, political ideologies from Trump to McCain to Bush to Christie, and I can work under a lot of circumstances for a lot of varied, candidates and politicians. Situation where
she fighting it, y'all.
And I think along the way I built up a pretty good, I hope, a good reputation for being honest and professional. And I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
Oh, she fighting it. It's too hot.
So the president
you need some cool air, Mo. You hot.
And I'd like to play a clip showing that the president had the people he needed to perpetuate his claims of fraud.
It's too hot to sleep.
They saw a big truck bringing in 100,000 ballots in garbage cans, in waste paper baskets, in cardboard boxes, and in shopping baskets. And every single one of them was provided because they were being notified by Smartmatic.
You want me to put on the AC?
That Biden was way behind, and they better come up with a lot
can go
more
night
ballots.
night.
And we can prove every single thing I just said.
It's too
You
hot.
can't get big ballots.
It's
I can
too
probably turn
hot.
around
Each one of these days.
Yes, it's too
I mean,
hot
you-
to
you-
go to
if you let
sleep.
me examine each one of those ballots and pull out enough that were fraudulent, that it would shake the hell out of the country.
It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden, which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm.
I remember that one of the things Mark said.
They went too far.
Was you can't show an actual vote split, which I found at the time to be a remarkable assertion. Because you don't have to have the gun to see.
I don't know what you're gonna do.
Lying on the floor, bleeding out with 5 bullet holes in it, was killed by a gun.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts. In theory, it was also nuts.
Step on it, then
Right. It was a combination of
everywhere.
Italians and Germans, I mean, different things that were floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez in the Venezuelan, he has an affidavit from somebody who says he wrote a software in, something in the Philippines, just all over the radar.
Did you ever share, Mr. Kushner, your view of Mr. Giuliani? Did you ever share your perspective about him as the president?
I guess, yes.
Tell me what you said.
Basically, not the approach I would take if I was you.
Okay, and how did he react? How did President Trump react when you shared that view with him?
I said, I have confidence in Rudy.
I think I had conversations with probably all of our council who are signed up to assist on election day as they disengaged with the campaign. The general consensus was that the law firms were not comfortable making the arguments that Rudy Giuliani was making publicly. I seem to recall that I had a similar conversation with most all of them.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did.
Even Sidney Powell, defending herself in a defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems, argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that her statements were truly statements of fact. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the witness for joining us today. The first panel is now dismissed. Without objection,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we presented the testimony of former Attorney General Bill Barr, who testified before this committee.
Okay, y'all, I think that's all I can do today.
Evidence, including his testimony that former President Trump started making claims of election fraud immediately after the election, and that Barr concluded the claims were untrue. Now, due to the length of Attorney General Barr's testimony, we're only going to include relevant portions at the hearing today. So let's play the video.
The department, in fact, when we received specific and credible allegations of fraud, made an effort to look into these to satisfy ourselves that they were without merit. And I was in the posture.
May have hit heat instead of cool.
There's an avalanche of all these allegations of fraud that built up over a number of days, and it was like playing whack-a-mole because something would come out one day and then the next day it would be another issue. Also, I was.
It says it's 94 degrees outside and 85 degrees in here. Oh, And Kitten say it's too hot.
Usually based on complete misinformation. And so I didn't consider the quality of claims right out of the box to give me any, feeling that there was real substance here.
I can't be
For
bothered.
the first time since the election, the Attorney General spoke personally with the President on November 23rd, and this was at the White House.
They're having mass on July the 4th.
So on November 23rd, I haven't spoken to the President since the election. In fact, as I said, since the middle of October.
Right, at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. mass on July the 4th.
Obviously, he had lost the election, and I hadn't said anything to him. So Cipollone said, I think it's time you come over here. And so I came over to meet with the President in the Oval Office, and Meadows and Cipollone were there. And the President, and this is leading up to this conversation with Kushner, the President said there had been major fraud, and that as soon as the facts were out, the results of the election would be reversed. And he went on this for quite a while, as he was prone to do. And then he got to something that I was expecting, which is to say that apparently the Department of Justice doesn't think that it has a role of looking into these fraud claims. So I said, that has to be the campaign that raises that with the state. The department doesn't take side in elections, and the department is not an extension of your legal team. And our role is to investigate fraud, and if we'll look at something, if it's specific, credible, and can affect the outcome of the election, and we're doing that. And it's just not, they're just not meritorious. They're not panning out. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the President's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy, and believe was a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me, and leaving the office, and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this, we're working on it.
Even after his Attorney General told him his claims of election fraud were false, President Trump continued to promote these claims.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that things continued to deteriorate between the 23rd and the weekend of the 29th. And then on November 29th, he appeared on the Maria.
Everybody's gone.
Sunday Future.
It's Friday.
And he said that the department was missing.
Everybody done had 3 shots of whiskey already. I'm gonna watch Netflix. Well, thank you, Lord, for another day. I thank you. And that's that, right?
I don't know, maybe they're involved. But how people are allowed to get away from this stuff, with this stuff is unbelievable.
I don't want to hear this man speaking up in my house.
Told the Associated Press on December 1st that there was no evidence of election fraud. Immediately after Attorney General Barr's statement went public, Mr. Trump berated and he nearly fired Barr.
Mm-hmm.
But Barr persisted in telling the president that there was no evidence to support the fraud claims.
Mm-hmm.
This got under my skin, but I also felt it was time for me to say something. So I set up a
This is old.
The AP reporter, Mike Balsamo, and I told him that.
But they are re-airing it for a reason. You know that?
We have not seen fraud on the scale that could have affected.
They are re-airing this for a reason. Fox ushers out Geraldo. Fox ushers out Geraldo Rivera with tribute as he says he was fired from the Five. They said storms are coming. Oh my God. What's Stephen Miller saying? Stephen Miller sends threatening letter to 200 schools telling them he'll sue if they consider race in applications. You are hereby warned. Mm-mm. Oh. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Well, y'all, what is a socialist movement? Is all of this socialism? What is it? What does it all mean? Hey Siri, what is the definition of socialism? Okay. A political and economic theory of social organization which advocates that the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned or regulated by the community as a whole. And that's that on that. I'm through. That closes it out. Everybody share alike. How is that gonna work, y'all? It ain't gonna work, right? What's wrong with people, y'all? It's been a day, y'all. It's been a week, but thank you, Jesus. The sun is still shining, ain't it? The sun is still shining, honey, with a vengeance. So I hope you carpe diem today. Hope you got some stuff done. I got a few things done. Started out feeling some kind of a way this morning, but I feel better now. And that's what we do. We just get through it. Yep, that's the only way to do it. You just got to go through. That's the only direction. There's no sidestepping it. There's no, you just have to go through and do so soberly. Cry if you need to, pray, distract yourself with current events, but that's how you go through. That's how you go through. And you maintain your dignity and respect for yourself as well as respect for others. You just go through it. You just go through it. You may recall I did dial 988. They were not of any help whatsoever. The helpline for veterans may be a lot better than the regular 988 number. But I gotta tell you, honey, you just can't depend on people. You can't depend. You just gotta put your trust where your trust belongs. Okay? That's it. Put your trust where your trust belongs and no other place. This is they sent this at 5 o'clock in the morning. remembering Joseph. Losing a loved one is one of the hardest things we'll ever face. The anniversary of a passing can bring complex emotions. These feelings are normal. Here are some ways you can support grieving loved ones and honor someone on their Remembrance Day. Okay. So he left on the 1st of July, 5 o'clock in the morning, but they sent this instead. They kept him alive long enough to remove what they needed to remove. And then they realized they couldn't use any of his organs. See, they let him suffer because they thought they could use his organs, but they couldn't. Because God is real. Because God is real. And Joseph was being taken advantage of and set up and all of these things by people that he thought or that he wanted, that he demanded that they care about him, and they just didn't. You can't look at people. You can't look at the God of money to care about you. Where you put, if you seek after riches and all of that, where your treasure lies, that's where your heart lies. And where does your treasure lie? But wherever your treasure lies, life goes on. So this is for him. Share obituary via Facebook. So I'm going to share it out of respect because he's real. He was real. He was here for a short period of time, and he was loved, and he was harmed, and he was hurt, and now he's gone. And those who love him, those who knew him, those who cared for him, we carry on. You want to know the poem that I'm writing? He was here and now he's gone. He left his mark to carry on. Those who knew him well. Those who didn't love and protect him can rot in hell. Stewardship Networking Group. There go my girls. God bless them. She laying down, but she's still hot. These are a lot of people. Oh, I see. Okay. Um, 41. 44, 45. I'm in love with you, in love with you, in love with you, in love with you. I'm so in love, baby. I don't care what the people say. I'm so in love, baby. I'm so in love, baby. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the invitations have been sent. Okay, I'm gonna just X out of that, discard. And I believe that President Biden is speaking. I'm not sure. It is some fool-la-la happening, but I just say, come on. Come on. Live. Let's see what's live. Jaguar Wright turning on TJ already. I don't know who TJ is. EarthCam, Times Square, CBS News, Trump live in Philadelphia, Jesse Waters prime time, 6:30, full-length show. Trump honored by Republicans as the man of the decade, 119 watching. CNN News 18, 169 watching. Trump addresses Moms for Liberty. Okay, what else? Today all day. Oh, they're talking about Indiana Jones. Is it a flop? Oh my God, how rude. It ain't been out but a minute, right? Okay, y'all, I'm getting off for real now. It's already late. I don't need to do nothing else. I turn on the A station. Sleeping. It was too hot in here for her to sleep. Let me get out of here. And you know what I do? Time to turn on the clock app. She didn't even wake up. She was tired, y'all. She been awake all this time because she was hot. I got on the clock app.
partially doesn't support it because she wants me to do it in a more healthy way. So I think my mom is actually kind of torn.
I'm sorry, Boo.
Amber. No. Have you eaten today at all? Yeah.
I woke the little dog
When my
up.
friends eat stuff in front of me, I don't even let it tempt me. No. Like, I even put some ketchup on it.
Bye.
I think it was fine. No. No. I don't understand how you can just have that much self-control.